Hello, everyone, and welcome to Game 6 of the world title match between Roel Boomstra and Alexander Schwartzman. Today, I will be commenting together with Jan Groenendijk. Jan, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Esther, and I'm looking forward to today. It's gonna
Yes,
be it's gonna be an exciting match. Mostly, I say that because in the previous match between these two players, the sixth game was won by Rule. On the first game, you gave some statistical insight as to why it would be an exciting game because this victory of Rule was on the 5th of January, which is
yes.
the starting date of this match. So now I'm returning the favor by saying that Rule back then won the sixth game of the match, which will be played today.
Yes, and
Um,
I also have been looking at the numbers as to in what match round were there any victories in the past 25 matches, in the
mhm.
last 25, so to say. Um, Maybe I should not say this, but the match between Roel Boomstra and Alexander Schwartzman, the previous one, was the only one where it had
Oh.
a victory in match round 6.
Okay. Yeah,
But
let's
of
not.
course, they're not so. Yeah, it's not so easy to compare them because we've had lots of different systems. So it has not always been this system where you have 6 games, and if they are all end up in a draw, then you will have the tiebreak the next day. And of
Mhm.
course, that could be an influence.
Well, yes, I was thinking about this, and to be honest, people should not take this too seriously, what I'm about to say now. But for Schwartzman, there is also a certain value to, really going for the win today because, he said in his post-game interviews sometimes that, Rule's 2 times younger, and he's already tired from after game four. I believe he said it. He's already, is already starting to feel a bit tired and needs the rest day. Um, and no, there is something to be said for him to really go for a win here because tomorrow, otherwise, he won't have his rest day. So,
Yeah.
so if
Oh
he
well,
if he
that's interesting because I think most comments were okay. Maybe he should avoid the tiebreak because Roel is just stronger in the faster
well,
game
you
types.
you could you could say that Rule. Well, of course, Rule is very strong, but especially in the rapid portion is I think one of Rule's best game types because he treats it like it's blitz. To be fair, and then at the end you will have 3 minutes and he will have 10, and then
Yeah.
he'll start calculating. Um, but yeah, I I don't really know who is to be who is in favor during the faster portions. Of course, Schwartzman did very well during the World Championship Rapid also, and he won the World Championship Blitz last month. So yeah, to be fair, I'm not sure who's in favor there, um, but if it drags out along the whole day, you have first these three rapid games. Say they all end in a draw. Then you have the blitz portion. Say these three games end in a draw, and then you have this Georgiev Lehmann sudden death barrage. And yeah, it's quite challenging mentally and physically as well to play for such a long day, and then I think if it turns out to be decided in the Georgiev Lehmann portion, um, then the best chances are for sure on Rule's side, just because he's I think more physically more physically more in shape and younger as well. Um, so I mean there's something to be said for Schwartzman to to really try and go for a win today here.
Well, that could
Of
also be
course,
a very interesting psychological switch, because I think we can say that in the previous games, Schwartzman played very, very solid and just was happy with the draw in each of all of the games. Well, at least from the start, from the openings.
mhm,
It would be
yes.
interesting now if Roel will switch to such an approach, and if he will start taking some exchanges from the opening, just to show Schwartzman. Well, I'm very confident in my rapid and blitz games,
Yeah.
so I want to make it to the tiebreak now.
Um, yes, of course. Well, I'm not sure we'll see this, but Rule said in his interview yesterday that he was kind of, well, surprised, maybe even, yeah, how do I
He
say it?
was a bit
He
angry,
was,
I think.
he was,
Yeah,
no, for real, he was really showing that he was frustrated
yeah,
by the way the match is going so far. Um, and yeah, I'm not sure. Of course, everything has to be everything these guys say and do on camera here should be maybe be taken. Well, we should not, I should be careful about the conclusions we draw from that, of course, because they know they're on camera, and they probably know that their opponent will be watching. Um, but I mean, he was kind of showing something there. So he said, for example, that he thinks Schwartzman shouldn't play the match in this way, um, and he doesn't understand it. And yeah, he showed some frustration there. So
yeah.
um,
I think he
yeah, that's
even
quite.
said
It was quite.
it was a bit sad the
Yeah, it
way
was.
Schwarzman played.
And it was quite interesting to see, I think. Um, so of course, on one hand, I kind of agree with Rule, of course, as a spectator. I and as a commentator as well, I would love to see more attractive games where we can really see the strength of these two players. Um, but on the other hand, I would say that this was kind of a sign, or maybe this gives Schwartzman even more energy
Yeah, that was
to
also
to
something I
to
was
to
thinking
continue
about.
in this way because
Yeah,
um, well, if it's only, if you play the match like this, uh, your first goal before anything else is to frustrate your opponent. So um, and I think if he sees now that this might be working, then um, yeah, there's something to be said to continue in this way.
yes, that was
So
also something I was thinking about because uh, on one hand you could say maybe Schwartzman is a bit angry because, well, using the word that it's sad that Schwartzman is playing like that. Yeah, it could make him angry. On the other hand, it could also make him very happy
mhm.
because yeah, it looks like frustrating rule is completely the goal of has been the goal of Schwartzman the previous 5 games.
Yes, exactly. And well, yes, of course, the frustration of Rule is completely understandable, and yeah, he is probably, or maybe it was also something to do with the fact that he maybe didn't really prepare for this. That he prepared for maybe lines that Schwartzman usually plays, and now yeah, you have this completely different um, yeah, energy during the game, and um, it's just maybe that's also something to do with the fact that he didn't prepare for this, but um, yeah,
Yeah,
so it's
but
it's
on the other hand, he
interesting.
should have prepared for it because I think in the previous match between those two players, it was already a bit like this. Or am I wrong?
Well, no, I that's also what I remembered from the last match. But yesterday, um, yesterday Rule said something about some previous games in the match. I believe he said the third one was already very
Yeah,
exciting. The fifth one was very exciting. The sixth he won. The eighth he could have lost. Um, so and I was listening to this interview and I was quickly going through the games of the previous match, and there it wasn't actually looking at the games, it wasn't so clear to me that one of the two players was really playing for maybe easier positions um, or playing for for a draw maybe in any way. Um, so I think the games that ended in a draw were either very exciting or just kind of in sort of mutual agreement, like okay, today is not going to be our day.
yeah,
um, but yeah, so it's interesting to see what we'll see today. Whether Schwartzman has these same considerations as we do, um, or at least as I do, because there's certainly something to say for him to go for it today and to enjoy his rest day tomorrow, because otherwise, he won't have his rest day tomorrow and he'll be even more exhausted and probably, well, at the end of the day, not probably, but there's a big chance that he will be 1-0 behind anyway.
yeah,
So, it's at the end of the day, he's the Blitz champion, but he is playing against Rule.
yeah,
He has to survive three rapid games first, which is I think Rule's best portion, or at least he said his favorite. Um, and then yes, of course, in the Blitz, we saw the previous match between these two. Of course, it's different now that they're only 6 games in, not 12. But I mean, I would say there's a big chance that he will be 1-0 behind after tomorrow, anyways. Um, of course, it's not by big chance. I mean maybe it's some kind of 60-40 percent difference, um, but yes, I think Rule has the best chances the longer the day continues tomorrow.
yeah, and probably if Schwarzman wants to take risk at some point, then this could be a very good moment for him. Very
Yes, and this
reasonable.
and this yes, what you're saying, this is the most reasonable moment to take any risk, I would say.
Yeah.
Um, so um,
Okay, and about the first move, do you think there will be a change? Because so far, Schwartzman has always started with 34-29, and in the previous match also, he played once in the previous match 32-28, and all the other regular games he played 34-29.
okay.
We have 1 minute to answer this before we will see the first move, I think.
So yeah, the previous game was 34-29, 17-22, right?
And then after
And then
switch or the
and then
exchange
the
to
exchange to 26. Yes, right. And then the 2x2. Yes. So I'm sure Rule doesn't want to repeat this opening. Very sure about that. Um, but yes, it's interesting to see what we will see. Maybe Schwartzman does want to repeat it and ask this question again. I play 34-29. You haven't answered. Um, yeah, you haven't responded yet in a way that I that I found too much of a problem. So yeah, let's do it again. Um, but also maybe Rule in these first two games wanted to maybe do something else than was in his preparation and wait for Schwartzman to uh, well maybe now that if he plays 34-29 again and Rule does something else uh, which he has prepared actively for. Um, there's all kinds of considerations to be made here.
Yeah, because that's also something interesting. You could think, okay, we'll try now two different approaches against 34-29. So
Mhm.
probably, yeah, he's out of preparation now. But it could also be that he just kept
Wants to
his
save his
best.
prep. Yes.
Yeah, he kept his best opening line for later in the game.
And now we see the handshakes or the
Okay, my prediction is 34. 29 again?
yeah.
Yes, just in time. And I think now 1822. I hope to see it because that was.
Yeah, we'll for sure we'll see 1822. Did we?
That's. I will.
I think we saw 1923.
Yes, we saw that. Oh,
Ah, okay.
I didn't expect that one.
Well, this is of course yeah, so on the one hand, you could say that this is something that is mostly played by slightly, well, how do you say it? Slightly passive players with black. Because the most common way that this would go would be 10-14, 50-45, 5-10, and then the exchange to 25.
I
Um,
know one player who likes to play this a lot with the white pieces.
is it me?
Yeah, yeah.
But my latest experience with this opening wasn't too great, to be honest.
Yes, but
Uh,
the previous ones, you had quite
but
good
yes,
experience.
I've had quite some or at least quite some success with this opening. So yeah, normally it goes something like this, 38, 33. This is, I think, the main variant in this opening. This 15, 20, 39, 10, 15, 44, 39. And now black has to sort of choose between, well, 1722, 1721, or 2024. And the most common is, I would say, 1721. And I think Schwartzman has played this, for example, once with black, also against
Against
um,
Chichov one
against
game with
yeah, yeah,
2024, right? That's an amazing game.
yeah. That's a
That's
very
amazing
famous.
by Chichov.
Yes, that's a very famous game with the exchange to 21 at some point, I believe. But I wanted to mention the game against Wouter Sipma.
Okay.
Um, so I believe that went something like so yeah, this 11 or 21, 26. Let's see. Yeah, no, it was something along these lines. So maybe no, it was I think it was something like this maybe. And then 2024 at some point, or at least we got this they got this position. And then 34-30 was played, and now White has some sort of a problem. Because as you said yesterday, he's in kind of zugzwang after this move. Of course, White, the goal of this opening is for White to put pressure on 24. But yeah, here the pressure on 24 stops,
Yeah.
so to say, because after this move, Black accurately plays 18-23. I think this is how the game went as well. And now White wants to just wait one move and then continue, because Black has to take, and then continue the attack. But White has to make a move, so those are the rules. The only waiting move he can make is 49, 44, because after this one, I think this is what happened in the game. Black takes this one. Yes, and now the attack is sort of, after this one, Black can always play to 24-30, for example, to stop the attack. So yeah, here the attack sort of stops and Black got a nice classical position in the end. But after this one, this would be the most logical way to continue the attack. But now there's a small tactic like this. So yeah, that's what usually happens in this opening. And I myself had this a couple of times. I think the previous, um, I think I had this in November maybe, in the Dutch club competition where I played 49-44, which was kind of a new move. I encourage everyone to study it, but I didn't know it during the game. Um, but I knew this game of Schwartzman against Wouter, and I was like, okay, I don't want to repeat this. So I had to figure out something else. But yes, I think this is one of the main variants in this opening, and yes, I had during the European or also during the uh, World Championship 2015, I had this against a Mongolian player, Gunbolt, I believe. It went something like this, and now it's well quite easy or less, at least more easy for white to put pressure on 24. So it went something like this, 40-34, and now yeah, after this one, black has to take the 2 for 2 backwards or lose control over 15 for the rest of the game, which is a choice my opponent did not want to make, so he played 24-30. And now, yeah, it's clear that white has a, just a slightly more easy position. And the game ended in a draw anyway, because I was 17. So, but yeah, these are the lines that are usual in this opening, but we see that Rule prepared something else on move 3 already.
Yeah, because this is
Um,
also something which black players play nowadays quite a lot. But
yes,
what
exactly.
move is 2025 also a move you see regularly?
No, 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 no. No, it's not something you see every day, to be honest.
So
Um,
maybe this is
and
the one.
to be fair, I like to play this as well with black, because well, the idea is quite simple. If white doesn't know what he's doing, he will get into this position, 10, 14, 31, 27, 19, 24, and this is already a big problem, because well, this is I don't know how it's called in English.
Yeah.
But in Dutch it's a hexaketel, and you will, yeah. So both players just have to finish their moves, so to say, and then white will play this one, and you'll see. You'll have to know how that goes.
There's a
Um,
game between Rubomsta and
yes, exactly.
Samir Khan, right?
Was it? Yeah, it was against Veros, I
Yeah,
think.
at
Yeah, yeah,
the World Championship
yeah,
Youth, where just
yeah. So
Theory played.
something like this, 1-6, 41-37, maybe 5-10. This 14-19, this 47, and now 4-10. And this is, I think, the position that is crucial. So now, yeah, black takes this one. Now white has a choice. If he takes this, yeah, black is just winning a piece, and white can win it back. But it's positionally a disaster for white. So yeah, the main variant is if he takes this. Now black takes 24 times 33, and now, well, this one, 38 times 29 and 26 times 17, they both lose because black will eventually get a king on 47. So after this one, you can immediately see it. And after this one, um, black will take with 18, opening up the majority capture, and then 27 will take to 47. So white takes with 38, black takes this one. And now after white takes this one, you can again see that black will eventually reach 47. So white has to take the other one. And now black plays 12-18, takes, and takes. And now it's equal, but the problem for white is that he cannot win this piece back immediately because of this small trick, which is very important. 22-27 and 24-29. So
Yeah, meanwhile, we see a lot of moves have been
yeah, so
played.
I just want to quickly
I
show
know you have to show one more line.
that how this game went,
Yeah.
because 34-30 is the most logical move to get this out of, or to unleash this attack at least. And then I believe 7-11 was played, 37-32 change, 6-11, and white fell for the for the
But this is a
Koopmanu.
very logical line because White
Yes,
just thinks, okay, now I'm in time to win the piece back.
yes, exactly,
And
exactly.
this is the crucial moment because now when you play this move, then Black goes for the
Yeah,
comeback.
like has this nice, very nice idea.
Yeah.
Um, and now it's important which one to take first.
Yeah.
But yeah, this, yeah.
Very nice.
So
But we see something very interesting happening in the game.
yes,
Um,
so rule play 2025.
yeah.
So I think this is supposed to be an easy or quite easy attack for White. Um, it's kind of the most solid and most beautiful attack you'll see. But probably Rule has prepared something here, or at least has looked at this line in depth
Yes,
because
and I
it can.
think Schwarzman decided very quickly he wanted to go to 24.
Yeah, well, to be honest, yes, it's not so clear what else he could do maybe, because this is the nicest moment to go to 24. Of course, he cannot. As you said, you always firstly want to develop the pieces on 41 and 46. But yes, in this case, 41-37 is not possible because of 1823. And yeah, I mean, 42, you don't really want to play. 38 allows a fork lock, as we mentioned earlier. So I think this is the nicest moment to play 29-24. So
And
that's
have
why.
some nice information about previous games of Roel and Schwartzman. Roel actually played this multiple times before. He had the current position after 11-17. Uh, he had it against Simon Harmsma
Okay.
in Eiken.
Oh,
So that
yes,
was
yes.
when was it played? September, October?
Yeah,
Somewhere there.
probably one of those two. Yeah.
I should know it because I was there as a coach. And also against Vipolis in the World Championship 2021.
Ah, okay.
And Schwartzman never played this before.
So perhaps Schwartzman should know that Rule does play this sometimes with black.
Yes, I think he should. Yeah,
Um,
he should know this. Yes.
I didn't know, but um, yeah. So 29-24 is by far the most logical move here. Of course, White can wait with one more move, but um, yes, it feels like a waste. Um, on the other hand, there's something to say for 50, 40-55 because in the structure that we have in the game, it might be an advantage for black that the piece on 5 is still on its place. Um, because, well, it might also not be an advantage, but maybe he wants to, wants to keep this piece on 5 for the time being. I've seen some examples in which it can be nice that the piece is not on 10 yet, but on 5. For example, if the position, or to give a very short example, if the position closes, well, so he played 17-21. So if White does something completely ridiculous, like this 14-20, 33-29, it can be very nice that Black still has this option of 4-10, for example. If White shows himself on 23. And you can see if 5-10 is played, this move 33-29 is already makes a lot more sense because after 10-14, 28-23, black is sort of stuck. While after 9-14, 28-23, 4-10, he still has this formation to counter the white attack. So I think there's something to be said for 50-45 because it kind of well, Black has to maybe play 5-10, or if he doesn't want to play 5-10, he has to play something else and already show himself somewhere. So yes, it would be maybe Rule would just play 5-10 and say, okay, I have to play this anyway. So, but yes, I once learned from well the one of the or the best attacker in the world, Ton Sijbrands, that you should never play 50-45 if it's not necessary. So, for example, he used to he used to tell me something about this opening, which was popular some years ago, like play 17-21. For example, this 40-34, 32-28. Well, what's yeah, so most players here, they used to play 50-45, and then you get this main variant, where white has a choice between this or 37-32, and he used to tell me, I don't don't understand at all why someone would play 50-45 in this position. It was like it's it just makes no sense to me. And I was like, well, he has a point. So from now on, I always play 32-28 here.
Yeah,
Um,
this is something you see quite regularly in some opening lines. Just everyone plays a move without thinking, and then at some point, one of the great players just says, "Okay, but if you think about it, why would you play
yeah,
this move?"
exactly. There are some lines that are well, that are theoretical, and I think there's a lot of literature, for example, about this line. Um, but yes, if you think about it, it makes, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense to play 50-45 in this case, because it's away from the center. Any attack you'll get is more clean with 50 still on its place. Um, so yes, it's one thing to be able to reproduce the literature on a certain opening, but it's I would say the next level is to really think about the moves you learned, and
Yeah.
to sometimes ask questions. Does it really make sense? Because there are certain openings, that were very famous and have been played a lot, that actually make close to zero sense, um, positionally speaking. So yes,
Yes, and
that is
that's
of
also
course
why
a
it's good
sign of
when you look into an opening line. It can be very interesting to not only look at the moves which are played currently, but also to look at the games from the start of the opening. Because then you sometimes see at some point after some years someone finds a new idea, and
Mhm.
then you see why they switch to other moves, because then at some point there a problem was found in the variation, and that's why they play some strange moves from some point.
Yes,
Uh,
exactly.
that's also something I can recommend when you start learning openings.
Yes, that's a good point, and something I maybe myself don't do too often, but um,
Oh, but you use another strategy. You just think by yourself the entire game and find new lines. If you're able to do that, then maybe you don't have to look into history.
well, I mean,
Yeah, okay, you can
this is a
accept this.
yeah. So what I was about to say is that this is an opening I for sure haven't looked at,
Yeah,
that we have on the board right now.
and maybe
Um,
Schwartzman also not, because he's already on 1 hour and 11 minutes now.
Against the 127 of rule, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like one of the players is in his preparation and the other not.
Yeah, you could say so, yeah. But this can be well, this can lead to very complicated positions, of course. for example, the engine, or just put it on quickly. The engine recommends the move 31-26, but it's already no quite a move to make for white because well the black surrounding, so to say, really takes shape once white plays this move 31-26. But yes, maybe it's good to outline some general ideas here.
Yeah.
So I tend to like this kind of position more with the black pieces, but I've played this many a time against Roel himself with the black pieces, and well, I got a few draws, but nothing, absolutely nothing more than that. And I think there was one game of during our match that
Ah,
went
sorry, I see
something.
now this move has been played.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes.
That's interesting. Yeah, there was one game during our match where Rule, no, or maybe a few, put up an attack like this and just said to me, "Good luck." You know, maybe in his case it was even more ugly because I think this was, he developed his position in this way. But yeah, so in the end, it's that's the case with the rule. In the end, it always somehow develops itself, and then the attack becomes quite strong. So you have to kind of watch out for that if you're black. Um,
Oh, and sorry, but talking about
yeah, so we saw this actually.
psychology, who just plays immediately his move. So he just clearly shows I'm in preparation here.
Yeah, and
But now, as you said, you tried this with black against rule, but now, yeah, the colors are switched.
yeah, the roles are reversed. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so yeah, for example, if I want to, so for example, of course, white has a nice attack here. It's quite clean, and well, one of his goals is to make sure that these pieces don't join the game, so to say. So there's in this position, there's always this balance um, between, if the attack wouldn't be there, this would probably get stuck on this side of the board. It wouldn't be too active, but because of this attack, there's a big chance that at some point um, it will either be useful or it will develop itself because, well, for example, if white plays 46-41 and black plays, let's say 14-20, just for the purpose of this argument, um, and white plays 50-45, now already after 34 times 23, it's already, I would say, much more dangerous for white than the attack on 24. Because this attack can easily be surrounded. For example, black plays 5-10, 10-14, 13-19. And at some point, there's a big chance that white will run out of moves. If black plays also 21-27 at some point. This is a very dangerous attack to take, and you need to be very careful about this. So yeah, most logical is for white to take the other way. And now you can clearly see that black is already developing his pieces on this wing. These pieces were sort of stuck, but now black takes his chance to play 21-27 with a small threat. The best thing white can do is exchange it, and now this attack is not worse for white or anything, but it's slightly considered to be slightly passive. So at any point black can exchange it, and then he can maybe take profit of this binding. So yes, so that is the kind of duality here. So these pieces can either become good or they can become bad. So the most critical thing for white to do in these positions is always to play 34-29. But on the other hand, this can turn out to be very dangerous. There's some standard examples of this. For example, if I want to quickly show a line where it can be very dangerous. So for example, 5-10, 50-45, 10-14, 37-32, maybe. So the plan for black is just to attack and to remove the white piece on 49. So that's the most important thing. So for example, 41-37, 14-19, 40-35. So yeah, now of course it doesn't make sense because white can play this. So maybe black has to prepare first. But let's say that
Yeah,
it
just
just
to show
just to
the effect.
show the idea. So black now has one more attacker and white now has one more defender. But as we know, the most important piece against an attack on 27 is the piece on 49. So if this well, this formation is gone, then the black attack is suddenly a lot, or a piece on 27 for black is suddenly much more strong because white cannot remove it in any way. And you know, this is just the foundation of the white position in this case, this formation. So once it gets removed, yeah, there's a lot of problems suddenly uh, for black. So for white. So for example, if we play this now, 9-14, 44-40, yeah, so let's just say we play something like this. Now it's clear that white has actually not a lot of moves. And yeah, the main idea for black is just to play 1-7. For example, white plays 47-41, and now black attacks. And this is the most standard example that I can give. So yeah, now white wants to defend his piece, and then you'll see that black has actually a concrete combination to 49 because white has removed this piece. So this and then 20 times 49. So I think once white closes the gap on 34 after a black attack with 14-20, you'll see rule try to exploit this type of strategy. On the other hand, it has to be said that it's quite risky to go for this because you'll have, well, as we saw in this quick variant, you know, white is already almost, well, positionally winning here after 28-23. So there are
Why?
certain things. Well, because it stops the black attack. That's one thing. So if one, yeah, black cannot play this now because he has to take back and he cannot attack again because of this one, yeah, 1-4-4. So, and on the other hand, it introduces this small threat. So, for example, 24-19 and 23-18, and white takes towards the 10 and towards the king, and black, yeah, maybe the best thing black can do is either this with a worse position or a 13-19, and yeah, now it's clear that this attack for white has absolutely no danger attached to it because black cannot attack it in any way. For example, after 2-9, white would play 39-34. And yeah, now it's clear that yeah, that these black pieces, as I mentioned in the beginning, they are just there for yeah, for spec and bone, we would say, but yeah, they don't participate in the game at all, and white will just play, you know, develop this one more piece as a very nice position, and yeah, black is just much worse here.
Yes, and maybe also good to state after the exchange 14-19. So at this moment, this is something what can happen to you when you start playing against an attack for the first time. I think you just play some moves, and at some moment you get such a position, and there's just no plan anymore for black.
Mm.
Um, and this is why playing against an attack can be so dangerous, because if you don't have a plan anymore, then yeah, white just has a very strong position. For example, the piece on 24 playing against two edge pieces. So you could say, as maybe Arjan de Vries would say, you are just you have one piece more because it's one against two. And
Yeah.
white just has the center, and the black is on both edges, and if you don't have a plan, if you cannot win this piece, or have another good plan against it, then you just have a very weak position.
Yes, exactly. Yes, of course, the basis of an attack is that it kind of keeps two black pieces stuck on the edge of the board while you're in the center. But yes, there's of course a lot more detail involved in such an attack, and yes, it's in general very difficult, for example, or especially against a player like Rule, who has looked into these positions, almost every day of his life so far. Um, to make something of this, because he knows very well when the attacker has good chances to succeed. He knows very well what he shouldn't do when he is the attacker, to make sure the surrounder doesn't succeed in his plans. So yes, he's very experienced in this type of position, and I think if you know a system, or if you feel a system very well, you should also know the other side of the color you like to play very well. At some point, you get a feel for that as well, and you get a feel for what you shouldn't do, so that the attacker doesn't get the most chances, so to say.
Yeah, and now we see
So
in the current position, Roel took about 4 minutes, I think, before playing his next move, and he played 5-10 after this move.
Yeah,
Does
so
it
I
make
would
sense to
say,
you, because you just said it can be good to just leave the piece on 5 over there?
well, of course, it's I guess it's just, I was kind of surprised by this move by Alexander, because I would say well, maybe you have to play it at some point, but kind of surprised by that he played this immediately. Or maybe he just wants to introduce 38-32 as an idea. But yeah, so in this case, 5-10, the argument that I just gave doesn't really apply here anymore, or at least as to why 5-10 wouldn't be played, because in this case, after, for example, 34-29, 14-20. So let's say we play these two moves, and now, yeah, the example that I just gave is that white, or that 5-10 might be a move black doesn't want to make, because of the white counter by 28-23. But in this case, because white just played 37-31, black can play 22-27. And yes, this doesn't make, this loses a piece for white in the end. Just to show quickly. So yeah, so in this case, it makes a lot more sense to just play 5-10, because yes, it's an extra attacker on the piece on 24, and you're just making a move. White has to make a move again, and yeah, there's no reason not to play 5-10 in this case. Did you hear me, Esther?
Well, it's not important if I hear you. It's important for
Is that,
you to hear.
was my explanation a bit clear, or do I have to?
It was very clear.
Do I have to repeat myself?
No, I think it was clear. I just suppose it was.
From what you heard, yeah. I just quickly,
Yeah.
I'll just quickly grab some tea here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as you said, it was a bit surprising for you that this move was played. It was maybe a bit surprising for Roel as well, because he took a few moments. Well, as I said, 3 or 4 minutes. But it was the first moment he started to think. Did you already explain why this was surprising to you?
Um, yes, I did.
Okay.
But no, I didn't. Um, no, but yeah, what I guess I found it more logical to play 46 first, maybe, and then you know you can either look at 37-32 or 37-31, and maybe it's even an idea to play for you know if black plays 5-10 now, you can maybe even play 28-23. I'm not really sure. I know this is more more of an idea when 50 is already on 45. For example, there's this line in the opening, this opening with colors reversed,
Mm-hmm.
where black has already played, or where black is to move now, and he plays 6-11, 40, 50-45, and then 1-6, and then white has this very strong move, 28-23. Um,
Yeah, and this is a difference when you have a piece on 31, then of course it's not possible to go to 23
yes,
because of
yes,
combination.
yes, exactly. So that's something I did show just now. But I guess you know if you play 50-45 here, I guess you could try this. Um, yes, of course, now it's different than with 1-6 because black can still at some point exchange this piece. And another thing that's very different is that 21-27 in the other opening is actually forbidden because of this nice sacrifice. But
Ah,
now
yeah,
it is possible.
yeah,
So, for example, 21 now, yeah,
it's
White can do some other things. White can just you know not be worried and just play this and just play the attack in this way. Um, so that would have been interesting to see, and it's of course a possibility that black or that white kind of gives up by playing 37-31 immediately. So that was maybe why I was slightly surprised to see this move now. And yes, I could imagine that it was because of 38-32 here.
mm-hmm.
So of course after 38-32, yeah, black cannot play 21-27, which he would like to play because of 33-29. So white opens up the square and takes two, wins a piece and wins the game. So yes, that would have been, or that would be my first guess. And of course, if black plays something else now, for example, 6-11, then white can just exchange to 27 and get a fork lock together with the attack on 24, which is generally considered to be very nice for white. So yeah, so I was kind of surprised, but he didn't play this move after this one, but played 46 instead. And now we see a rule trying to develop this piece on 10 immediately by playing 14-19. And I think we will see 10-14 quite quickly. Well, because 9-14 is prohibited, so this is something that these players see, you know, in the blink of an eye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and white wins a piece. So yeah, 10-14 is the most logical. Now white can take the same sort of combination by 24-19, 33-29, but black will play 9-14, and yes, it's unclear to me whether white loses this piece or not, but it's not something you want to do with white for sure. But it can be an idea when, for example, yeah, for example, the piece on 9 is on 18. Let's say something like that.
Yeah.
Then this can be an idea, or at least you have to look at it when you play 10-14. But yes, now it was played, and I think Rule now wants to, as I mentioned, introduce the kind of threat of 14-20. So yeah, so something I think Black does not want to do with this is attack another time, because
Okay, so
for example, if we play the move 50-45, Yes, if black now attacks one more time, then white can easily exchange to 30. And on the next move exchange back, and you'll see that, white didn't have to do anything in exchange for his attack, and these pieces are still left here.
Yeah, and
This is
this
to be
exchange isn't interesting for black, right?
well, it's interesting, but I think in this specific case, yeah, white can actively play 38, 32, for example. Is that so? Uh, okay, maybe it's not as easy as I thought, but for
Yeah.
example, if black plays 7, 11, I wanted to exchange this, but now black has the accurate move 12, 18.
Now this.
And yeah, you have these both these um, tracks open, so white has to play this now, and yeah, black can easily exchange 17, 22 at any point. Or maybe not in this case because white will go to king, but okay. So we're drifting away. So but yeah, in this case, the 32, 28, for example, shows very clearly that these pieces will not join the attack anytime soon. And yeah, that they're just left behind there. So yeah, this is I think something black doesn't want to do. The computer shows a very interesting line by this. Not really sure what this is about, but but it's funny.
Oh,
I think it's because after this, black has okay, it's just this. Yeah, so it's not too interesting, and white can play a 30-24 anyways. Um, but okay, so I think 14-19 is something black wouldn't want to play. For example, after this, yeah, now white is just much more active. Yeah, white is just much more active. Um, and yeah, it's clear that these black pieces are not joining the game anytime soon, and it's much easier for white to play. Um,
and what about the instead of 50-45 this move? Because this move is the first move I would look at because I just want to have a defender very quickly for my piece on
mhm.
24.
Yeah, that's of course of course very reasonable. Um, yeah, so one thing you would have to look at is if black attacks again and then tries to attack again. But in this case, as I just mentioned, this is not okay. So this is not ideal because of this combination that white can make. In this case, also white has 24-19. But yeah, so this is not something that black wants to do. Maybe he wants to play 4-10 instead, just to attack this piece one more time. But it's quite a concession to the black structure to play 4-10 here. For example, well, let's say white plays this one. You cannot even easily play 10-14 because white will go towards the edge, and you really need the piece on 4 when white goes to 15.
Yeah.
So that's already yes, a slight disadvantage for black, I would say. So yes, 40 is a perfectly fine move. The only thing you have to look at is what you will do after 14-20.
Yeah.
I
Now
guess
you have
that's
to
the
pick.
most I guess that's the most important decision white has to think about. Um, on the other hand, there's actually not much of a difference between this move and this move uh, in the sense of 14-20 because yeah, after this and this, white has to play well maybe 45-40 anyway. We will see the same position approximately. So now yeah, so for example, if white, yeah, so the problem is white wants to take to 24, but yeah, now there's this gap on 44, and white can do two things. So we can close this by playing 34-29, but this will allow black to play plans that we have highlighted earlier. For example, if black just plays these two moves, then starts attacking until 49 is gone, and then places himself on 27. Um, yes,
Yeah,
white
and
has to be.
talking in general rules, it's playing against an attack is always more interesting when there's a piece on 29. There are many more ideas for black, as
Yes,
you
yes,
showed, but yeah, it's also kind of
yes.
too.
Also, of course, many more than what I showed. There's a very good chapter in the world famous strategiekompas about this sort of strategy, um, where yeah, it's clearly highlighted that if this construction is there against this, it's much more interesting to, or at least there's a lot more plans to exploit as a surrounder.
Yeah, so if you play the attack and you can wait with this move with closing 29, then in general it's better to just wait as long as possible.
Yes, definitely. And it's also more frustrating for your opponent because he will never know if you'll close it, or he can at some point attack and you can just leave it open and take the 24 again. And yes, I've made this mistake many a time in my life, that I expected my opponent to close it and he would just leave it open for the whole game. There was just nothing I could do. So um, so yeah, this is but this could become very interesting after 34-29. Yeah, so for example, black plays these two moves, starts attacking a few times, and then hopes that white has to play 49 at some point, after which he will get control over 27. But of course, there's yes, so it still could go wrong for black, that's for sure. It's not as if this strategy is a guaranteed win or anything. And if it goes wrong, it really goes wrong. So that's always
Yeah,
that's
that's
always the
always the
thing.
problem for the surrounder because then, yeah, you are at the edges.
Yes. So if your strategy doesn't work out, your defense will be a lot more involved than if you chose to defend straight away after black takes the attack,
Oh,
or
but we
white
see
takes.
now an exchange
Ah,
by.
we see 34-30 actually.
Oh, was that a move you were thinking about as well, or not?
No,
Oh.
but it's possible. But it's possible.
Does this also mean it's not the most interesting move because, well, in this position, we just said that the advantage of this piece is that you play against two pieces, and
Mhm.
now it's only one.
Um, yeah, that's true. That's true. Um, on the other hand, it is kind of Schwartzman's style to play this move, I would say, because the things that we saw, for example, after 44-40, 14-20, yeah, so 34-29 is something you really have to be careful about, to be sure about. And I think Schwartzman knows for sure that rule, or that this position is within rules preparation. I think it's safe to say that if rule plays this opening and plays this quickly, then yeah, this should be something that the rule has looked at. Um, so, and if Schwartzman doesn't know this, the computer indicates it's slightly more advantageous for white. But if Schwartzman doesn't know for sure he has to do, then it makes a lot of sense to do something else. And yes, another thing is maybe that after 50-44, taking this way and this way, that now black can play 17-22, which is uh, yeah. So so first to show after 28 times 17, black has this small idea, 13-18, and take 4 to king. And yeah, so white has to take the other one, then black takes 10 to 33. And yes, this attack is, it can become strong, but at the moment it's quite ugly, and it's not so clear how yeah, how the fight over the central control is still ongoing, and it's not so clear that White wants this um, per se. So yes, and of course the computer indicates that White should play 49-44 here, disregarding everything I've said so far about attacks and surroundings, um, and gives a strong advantage to White, but not so sure this is human. Uh,
Yeah, maybe it's also good to state that I think at least the engine scan really likes attacks.
yes,
So
that is
I
true.
think
That is true.
for a very long time he would just give the advantage to white, and then in my experience at some point it just then he sees, okay, the surrounding is strong, and then he just changes to a big advantage for black.
Yeah,
Is that
so
right? Or I
yeah, it's approximately right. Scan always has this preference for attacking positions, while for example King's Row, it's another very strong
yeah,
program, has the preference for surrounding positions,
yeah,
as he sees more chances there. So it's just a difference between two
yeah. Humans have their
programs.
preferences,
So
but even
um,
computers do have
yes,
these
for sure,
preferences. Yeah,
for sure. So it's just the difference in, I guess, how it's programmed, for example. So
yeah,
um, yes, I wouldn't say it means too much. And as Rule always says himself, King's Row will say plus, or King's Row in this case will say minus 0.2, Scan will say plus 0.2, and in the end it's just equal.
yeah,
So, um, but yes, in this case, this could be something for or yes, taking the other way then. This could be something for Black, and yeah, Schwartzman just wants to have nothing to do with this and just plays 34-30 instantly. Um, yeah, which makes it makes sense. I think after, for example, 14-20, he just wants to play maybe just this, um, and try to see if he can get some sort of short wing lock here. So for example, after this 37-32, it's already quite clear that the control over this side of the board is in White's hands, and he's about to get it here as well. So I think this is not so easy for Black um, to manage to do anything here. Uh, and yeah, White's position just plays quite naturally. He'll just make a few moves here towards the center, maybe at some point this or this. Um, yeah, so it's I would say we won't see 14-20 or 14-19 as I just mentioned, just because yeah, this is just not so easy for Black to make any progress here. So I think we'll see just 12-18, 7-12, 1-7, just a few waiting moves, and to see if this becomes more nice after the moves that White has played in the meantime. And of course, Black can also, for example, exchange this at some point, because this goes towards the edge. One of Black's edge pieces is changed, so it makes sense to at some point look at 13-19, um, because yes, the White center is also quite bound, so to say, and he has to resort to his pieces over here to get some control over 28 and 29. Um, so this might be something that to look at for Rule even now, even immediately.
and
Um,
in the previous position before this white exchange, the plans for black were just to do something with the piece on 24, either to attack it, maybe win it, or wait for that white has to close the gap on 29, and then he has a lot of ideas. Um, well, I think in this position, the chances for white are just remain a bit the same. So playing for the center or play against those pieces.
Yes, yes, that
Right.
is true. That is true. Um,
My next question is, what are the chances for black here?
well, um, yes, first I would like to say that this is of course something that white can do, but it's a lot less critical than for example, this variant, which could be very good for white for all we know. I just showed an example in which it's clearly not so good for white, but I also showed an example in which white was already almost winning. Um, so yes, so I would say that this is almost always possible, but you have to know that you have to know certain things and how to continue. And yes, this is I would say this exchange that we saw is far less critical than playing 44-40, 14-20, and then 34-29, for example.
So does this
But
indicate that Schwartzman maybe again tries to avoid any risk and keeps on
well,
playing for a win, but without any risk?
um, yeah, you could say that it fits his match style to make this move because
Yeah.
Rule doesn't really want to make this move uh, because not because he's going to lose after this one or strategically very much worse after this one, but just because he wants to keep it more interesting for him as well. And yeah, so probably this will be a battle for Rule to figure out a way to how do I say it
Maybe have some real
maybe
winning chances because now uh, he, he I think Schwartzman in all the games he gives him just a choice. Either you have to play something very dangerous and then
yes
maybe you can get some winning chances, but it's very dangerous. So it's also very likely that you will lose the game. Or you get a slightly better position, but it's easy for me to defend.
yeah yes, and of course Schwartzman
It's
has
the same.
yeah, I would say so. Of course, yes, that can just play three easy moves and just look at the moves White makes because White right now has a very nice structure, but at some point he will have to damage it or at least the rules are that you have to make moves. Um, so I think we'll see Rule either play 12-18 or
7-11, I think I see.
7-11 maybe. Yeah, so I think he wants to. Um, I think he just wants to make these two moves, 7-11 and 1-7, or not even one. Yeah, would be the most logical. And yeah, just ask White a couple of questions first on how he wants um, to build his position, and then maybe at some point he will play to 14-20 again. For example, if White plays, let's say 43-39, 1-7, maybe 48 is logical. And then White Black can already think about 14-20 again. And if White just wants to make a waiting move, for example 41-37, and wants to do the same, then now Black is in time to exchange towards 28. And this is a big difference with the position that we just saw. And yeah, now White has a bit of a problem because he wants to attack this piece, but then Black wins a piece himself by a small combination. And let's see, yeah, and he cannot change this piece because he just moved 48-43. So on the other hand, you would say, why did you play 48-43? But um, yes, in this case, you want to fill up this square because there are some combinational threats otherwise, and you don't want to fill it up by 49 because because what I just said, you will get 21-27 at some point, 13-19, and you will be stuck here for the rest of the game and not being able to exchange this piece on 27.
Yeah, so you
So
use formation when.
yes, that's important. That's important. Yeah. And yeah, I think Rule just wants to first ask some questions, and then you'll see what he can do. Um,
Oh, and we see now Schwarzman somehow has 12 hours, 15 minutes, and 39
oh,
seconds. So
well, that's a bit too much, I would say.
yeah, I don't think that's right. No, but okay, yeah, I think it will be changed.
But what it was, but he also had less than 1 hour 15, right?
Yes, I think so. We can check it if we.
I would say it was around an hour.
I think the clock for the players is still right. We can check it here. Let's see. Yes, 55 minutes. Yes,
Yeah,
left.
okay.
But maybe Jits yesterday, but my calculation skills aren't that well. He said that the time can also be shown in seconds, not in. But yeah, I don't know if this is a problem here.
12 hours 15 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe someone try to find it out what the problem is here. Okay.
You know, it reminds me of I think if this would happen to Ton Sijbrandts, for example, he wouldn't complain. He always
Ah,
says,
no.
you know, he always used to say, I cannot play a game with just 80 minutes. You know, I need more time,
Yes.
which I personally I I agree
You
with,
agree
but
on?
yes, for
You'd like
sure.
to play a game with starting with 12 hours?
Well, you have these
Both
for example,
sides.
no, you have for example these correspondence games
Yeah.
where you can think for unlimited time as long as you play within a week or something
Yeah.
or within a day. You can set this, but yeah, I've never, or at least in my youth, I've done this sometimes, but now.
But then the
Um,
question is, did you use the time as well? Or did you just.
yeah, no, that's of course, of course, you very rarely, you know, sit behind the computer and then just think about a move for for 3 hours. No, I wouldn't.
For 3 days?
I wouldn't wouldn't recommend this to anyone, um, but yes, it's sometimes it would be nice to have some more time than just 80 minutes because some positions you would just like to you know calculate everything and check if you're correct, and you just don't have the time for that. Well, of course, uh, depends on the position. In some
And
positions, you have enough if you have 3 minutes. So
yeah, and what would you think about for White in this position? Because you already said it's a difficult question for White now how to build his position. What are the choices for White here? You
well,
showed
so one choice,
this line already.
yes, so that is an example. Um, one choice for White is to well, whether he wants to you know keep the piece on 48 or develop it in this way. This is well one of the main problems I would say I have in positions like this. You know, I never know when this piece is going to be useful in the future or when I have to develop it. So you know, you could say if you play these moves now, um, you have a you have one piece more on the right side of the board essentially than if you play this now. Um, but yes, I have some trouble understanding this, um, or at least you know fully understanding um, the essentials here. So you know, in my opinion, it would be logical to play this and then you know to bring the piece on 50 to 40, and waste some moves in that way, improving your position. But yes, I can also very well imagine that Schwartzman would like to play 44-39 and then 50-44, and then make his position more central in that way. If you understand me.
Yeah, yeah. Again, I'm trying to get it into the clock time and make it
Oh, right.
change. It's not that I'm that rude that I just think, okay, now Jan is talking. I'm just going to check. I don't know, my mail or something.
No, but of course, what would you play, Esther? Would you think about 43 or 44? Would you maybe bring this piece to 35?
Uh, yeah, well, yeah, it's a good question actually. Maybe I would just think, okay, I need my pieces on the right. So yeah, then this looks logical to me.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, it's difficult. And what about a move like playing 41 to 32? Is that an option as well?
Um, well, of course, that is an option as well, but um, yeah, you have to be, you're giving white or you're giving black at least an easy way to develop his pieces on this side of the board and get into the attack, so to say. So for example, if white plays this, black plays 1-7, 37, 32, 21, 27 immediately. And now, yeah, white cannot attack this piece or because of this small trick. Um, and yeah, this is of course something in the structure that is something to look out for. So if you have this attack and especially this formation against this one, yeah, it's always very tightly bound, so to say. So um, yeah, white can never really attack this piece more than once, so to say. So before after this one, you have this small combination. And on the other hand, it's not so clear for black how well either you can keep it or as a first thing, it's not so clear how he can keep this in the position. So he wants to wait moves, let the white make structural weaknesses, and then do something. But yes, now, for example, after 44-39, it's not so clear what black can do. He wants to, ideally, he would want to exchange this, for example, and keep this as it is. All these pieces are sort of stuck, and yeah, black can, for example, play 4-10, and he controls the center in the end. So this is something that black wants to do, but now in this case, because the white structure is so nice, and because the piece is still on 48, that's the most important thing. White has this small combination: take two, for example, 2 times 13, and then take two afterwards, and white wins a piece. So yes, it's not so clear what black would have to do here. He can choose to develop the piece on 7 first, but I think that runs into 39-34, for example. And yeah, now it's clear that because white has closed the gap on 18, if this piece would have been on 7 still, he would have had this small combination. But now, yeah, now it's just white is in full control, and has nothing to worry about here. And he just controls these three squares firmly. And yeah, all these black pieces are kind of just out of the game because they cannot move. So this is very good for white, I would say, maybe even almost practically winning. So yeah, for black it's not easy, and you would probably have to break up the position anyway with 14-20. After which white will, well, again, because black threatens to take, and after white takes, yes, can take two. So white will have to close this gap on 44. takes yeah, the most natural thing I would say is to take 39. And now it's just yes, it's just an equal position and nobody has an advantage or anything. And it's slightly easier to play for black, I would say, because well, because the white position is kind of in fragments. He has this nice pyramid, but you know it's on the last rank, so it's doubtful if it's so active there. Um, so yes, it's slightly more easy for black, but not a problem for white. Um, so of course we hope to see more exciting things than this, but um, I think Schwartzman, you know, considering his match strategy, would be happy with a variant like this, where he has not too big of a problem and can make a draw quite safely. On the other hand, it's I would say not too logical to play this
No.
here, just because also because you know maybe black can play this first and afterwards look at the 21-27. Um,
Yeah, and then at
I
some
would
point,
say
black will be the one maybe who will have the attack. Because this is also something interesting. When black has this structure, then it can always change the way that at some point black can go to 27 and exchange the piece as you show the piece on 24, and then black is the one playing the attack.
yes,
Um,
exactly,
and
exactly.
I think that's something Schwartzman doesn't want to play an attack against Roel anymore, because, well, on one hand you could say I think he had a winning position in the previous match against Roel when he was
When Rook
playing
was
against an
attacking,
attack.
yeah. Yeah, that's true. And that was a
Possibly,
very nice game.
yeah, but on the other hand, yeah, it's also very dangerous to play against an attack when who is the one who's playing the attack. So
Yes, for
yeah,
sure.
probably we won't see this move.
Well, of course, it could be because yeah. On the other hand, it's always in this type of position. It's very difficult to figure out when to develop or when to play 41-37, when to play it to 32, for example. If do you want to keep it here? Do you maybe want to do something crazy to make it more strong? It's there are some questions for white here, but on the other hand, it's quite well, if you spot that this is an idea, and that you will probably get the position that we just mentioned. So this 21-27, 44-39, 14-20, 50-44. If you spot that this will be well, maybe the worst that could happen to you. On the other hand, I would think why not play it? Um, you know, if black plays this, it's gonna be well not too big of a deal for white, and if black plays something else, you have the most winning chances in the surrounding. Um, so maybe we might see this. On the other hand, yes, there's of course many different things to do for white. He can, as you said, he can play this and then bring this one to a 40 maybe.
And oh,
He
and
did
I
play
see
it.
the video. Yeah,
He did play 41, yeah.
yeah. Ah, good. And now the clock times have been
Oh
corrected.
yeah. Oh, 43 minutes. That's not too much.
Oh, that's very little, because we have only played 16 moves so far.
So maybe it's a sign that he, well, he's out of book for sure. We knew that from move three.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
to be fair. Um,
Well, you're never sure with Alexander, because yeah, he says a lot, and he really wants to think us that he has prepared nothing, but for sure
yes.
that's not true.
Oh, for
But
sure. That's not true. No, no, no. Can't be true.
I think he won't go to 44, 43 minutes just to try to some psychological trick.
No, he's not. He's not Georgiev. No, that's true.
No, no.
Well, maybe something interesting that I spotted just now is, for example, if Black plays 12-18 here. Well, the idea that I wanted to show was if White plays 37-32, Black can play 14-20. And now, yeah, White cannot make just a waiting move because Black will win a piece in the end by the surprising 13-19. And then taking this one first, which is important. And now the White piece on 17 is lost. So, but yes, I think rule will not go for this because White can just easily, well, either play 31-27, which is looks a bit risky to me. But on the other hand, he can just play 43-39 and take towards 28, not to 29. And now, yes, it looks, yeah, it looks, well, that can play, for example, 1-7, 7-12, and yeah, maybe there's still something to play for Black here, but I think we'll get approximately similar positions as we just had. For example, this 1-7, 44-39 maybe. Yeah, so something like this, 50-44. And yeah, White should be fine, and Black should be fine as well. It's a bit easier for Black, but yeah. So, but of course you can see that the White structure is not what it used to be anymore after a move like 14-20.
Yeah.
So it's quite yeah, quite, how do I say it? It's not so strong. Here it used to be. It looks quite strong. It looks very central, and in one of the main variants that we showed after this and 12-18, this 14-20. So just this line. Yeah, it's clear that the White central control is a bit gone. And after this, for example, 9-14, yeah, it's much easier for Black to play, I would say.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's
Um,
something which is good about the drafts game, that if you don't play the most interesting moves, as I think we can say a move like 34-30 is, then you cannot have the best position anymore.
yeah, yes, exactly. And well, for all we know, Schwartzman thought he was playing for a win with 34-30, but yes, it's for sure he must know that it's not the most critical.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I think is we can now say that his strategy is still the same. So frustrating room maybe, and try to win, but without any danger, and then it's okay for him if this game will end up in a draw.
Yeah, so
To me, it
it's
looks like he's happy to go into the tiebreak.
yeah.
Not saying that this game won't be interesting, because still.
Well, it's right
the
now
game
it's
is
still a very interesting position,
yeah
to be honest.
yeah
Could go either way.
yeah. But yeah, I think we can say so that at least Schwarzman will be happy if tiebreak. Probably
Yeah,
won't say it.
I think we
Because,
can safely say that he didn't have the same considerations as we did.
yeah, yeah,
Um, and
yeah.
maybe he thinks he has good chances in the tiebreak. Who knows? However,
Yeah,
I
or
have to say that
maybe at
it's.
least his
Oh,
his
sorry.
his chances for a win increase a little bit. He
Yeah.
says he actually said in an interview, in one of the interviews, that on forehand he didn't thought he had a good chance to win the match. That's quite
hmm
something to say. If you start a match like this and you start with the feeling, I don't think I'm going to win.
Yeah, that's of course something that is not good.
No.
And I well, I'm I want to say that when I played against Rule, of course, if you I just came from the I was still in the youth category myself, and as a youth player, of course, I quite looked up to Rule, um, because he just had by far the most success of any Dutch player in his category. Um, of course, Martijn had quite some success as well, and he was bothering me personally as well. Um, so I had some problems with him as well. But you know, Rule was some sort of growing up in sort of the same generation, not exactly the same generation, but we are both young. And looking at how much he wins in the youth categories, and then continues to win a lot during the senior championships. I think it's safe to say that I kind of looked up to Rule for a long time, and I really had to change this before the match, because as you said, you cannot you cannot go into a match like this, and it's something that is very difficult, and that we kind of managed in the end. Um, but yes, and especially of course, this I mentioned this earlier, but especially this second game I played against Rule really made me believe that I had some potential to beat him.
Yeah, and this is so important because I don't know if old people realize it, but yeah, a match is so differently from a tournament because well, if you really have the feeling, if it's true what Schwarzman says, because I'm not sure if it's true that he really thought that he didn't have a chance to win this match, but if you really think like that, then yeah, it's just. Very scary, I think, to start this match because yeah, if you cannot win the match, then at least there's the big problem of you can lose a lot of games in a match because you play 12 games, and if you start losing, then it's becoming more and more difficult.
Mhm.
And these players are not used to losing regular games.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, then it can be very scary, I think, to play such a match.
yes, of course, and well, on the other hand, I would say Schwartzman should know that uh, that he's very capable of beating Rule in an exciting game. Um, and um, yes, of course, he's the world champion, and he has played almost only exciting games in the World Championship of 2021, except against me. But I'm still mad at him about that one. But no, no. But it's very interesting to see the two different Schwarzmans. Um, the
Yeah,
one the one
between
that
the tournament and how he plays here,
yeah, the
yeah,
one that
it's just
kind of played without any breaks, or without um, any danger considerations, and just got a few lost positions in the World Championship as well, and continued to win almost every of them. Um,
But I think the main difference is he just decides against which players he wants to try it, and he just thinks, okay, against this player, okay, I can try, and it doesn't matter if okay, I can get a losing position, but probably I can manage to make it a draw.
yeah,
Uh,
so that is of course a very interesting consideration to make. How far, of course, in this World Championship final, um, yeah, you go into this final with two results from the group stage, and then you can already see some. Well, from the group stage, you can already see some advantages and disadvantages. For example, I believe Rule was very unhappy about the system because he played a draw in the group stage against Vipulis, who was then on everyone's list in the final. On everyone's. If I want to win the tournament, I have to beat this guy, for example. And also, I think Martijn played a draw maybe against Niami.
Yeah, so you are actually saying that it's a disadvantage when you are in the weaker group, so to say. It's better to be
Yes,
in the
yes,
strongest
yes,
group, or at
yes.
least have
Because
one other
because
player who's very strong in your group.
yes, and it makes sense because well, the system is kind of well, it's a bit weird because if you so in the end, the three best of the group, the three best players per group, they qualify for the final, and then the results that you had in the group stage against these two other players, they are carried over to the final. So it's kind of a weird system because um, if you play, so say you play two draws against the players that are going to the final with you from your group, then well, they might be they might be not the strongest players they are, but they just play the draw against you in the group stage, and then in the final everyone else has to play against them, and you don't get a chance to play against them again.
Yeah,
And on the other hand, if you play or if you win against someone and hope to take this result to the final, then the chances are very low that he will qualify for the final.
because he lost
So
one
because
game.
he lost the game
Yeah,
against you.
yeah,
So there's this kind of duality that that of course you want to take a win to the final. You
yeah,
don't want to take all draws to the final. I had from my group, for example, Artem Ivanov qualified for the final. Well, a draw against him is not too bad,
yeah,
but yeah, he played only draws in the final. He didn't play a single game, interestingly. So then you play only draws, and
yeah,
and then Wouter Sipma, one of the seconds of or the second of Roel Boomstar here, he well, I had a nice position against him, and then afterwards I also had a very bad position afterwards. But after the game, I thought, all right, maybe I could have won this game and taken a win to the final. But then in the end, if you look at the standings, he wouldn't have qualified, I think. So
yeah,
it's yeah, it's a weird system, I would say,
yeah,
and it would, I think, be a lot. Well, at least I think it would be better to well, to let everyone play against everyone again in the final to make it round robin.
yeah,
Um, or at least I would make it, a bit more, yeah, because of course the qualifying stage is very different from the final, um, anyway, and you might make a quick draw maybe in the second round of a qualifying stage, not knowing that your opponent will be in the final, and you have to your
yeah.
draw against them is carried over there.
Yeah, the
So
only option is to win all your games in the
in the
qualifying
groups, yeah, exactly.
stage.
And then the players who you don't beat, they they qualify. Yeah. So it's but of course there's or you can just play the final as Schwartzman, So okay, I played a draw against these players in the qualifiers. Now I have to win everything. So
Yeah,
and he won against Jitse, for example, who hadn't been beaten, I think, for a couple of years. Um, he won against Joel Atse from Ivory Coast. Of course, very exciting game in which he, well, took some I would say irresponsible risks, but uh, they paid off in the end.
yeah, in the end.
I think he got a losing position for I think about 20 moves, and then
Yeah, yeah.
then somewhere turned around. Um,
Well, when Schwartzman came in here for the first time, we had Jitse commenting here, in Eindhoven, who will actually join us after our lunch break. But then, Schwarzman came in here, and we didn't had the cameras on yet, and he actually said to Jitse, "Ah, hello. Well, thank you. You are the reason I'm here. So very nice to see you here."
Well, he shouldn't talk himself down like that because he played actually a very nice game against Yitz in the World Championship. And
Yeah.
one of the most, I would say, one of the most responsible games of his tournament.
Yeah,
Um,
I think he can
well,
agree on that as well.
disregarding the opening slightly, because the opening might have been slightly dubious, but he got away with it in the end. So actually, we see this.
Now,
Yeah,
yeah, some moves have been played. Actually, the moves we were talking about.
yeah. So this, and now exchange to 27, and now White has to make a decision. Um, but I think we will see. Well, maybe. So let's say. So I think we'll see 44-39. Well, black can also, or white can also try a 43-39, but that allows uh, this funny exchange. And now, yeah, now, yeah, you can see that this opens up two holes, and in principle, black wants to, just run towards the king. Um, what did he play? Yes, 44-39.
Yeah.
And if white stops it like this, then black will go in between here and win two pieces or make a king. So yeah, this is something white doesn't want. So he plays 44-39, and now, yes, I expect the rule to play 14-20 quite quickly, because, well, as we said, this is not possible because of 26-21,
Yeah.
and he might try. Well, maybe he might try this actually, just to get an attack. Just to get an attack, you might try this, and 4-10 afterwards,
And then exchange to 23.
and then try to exchange towards the center. Yeah. So for example, if it goes like this, 44-40, yeah, this is something that, well, is quite typical for rule, I would say, but he usually wants to keep this formation at least. So
And you mean quite typical for a rule because of this structure, which
yeah, just because of this structure against the white surrounding position, he likes to play this with black, and he believes in black's chances, but maybe he thinks that in this case it's maybe too clean for white, so to say.
yeah, and the weakness in the black position can be that these pieces aren't
Yes, yes,
active and do not help in the game. Help
yes.
for
So
black.
for example, after a variant like this, 8-13, yeah, white just wants to develop these pieces towards the right side of the board. So for example, starting with a change like this.
Yeah, actually, you could see this as a lock, right?
Yeah,
So
this you mean, yeah.
yeah, yeah. So the three white pieces against the five black pieces. So, and this is also what we said about the a fork lock. When this piece is white piece, then you also want to uh, clean up this line.
Yeah. And yes, it's interesting to see if Rule will go for something like this, because he likes to play an attack, but on the other hand, he likes to play attacks that are have slightly more pieces on the board, so to say. So where he can build, strong center, and this looks more like the game that Schwartzman almost won in the previous world title match, where I think it's actually very close to something like that. Schwartzman had, or at least there were not too many pieces on the board anymore. Schwartzman had quite some good control over 24, which is not the case in this position. But yeah, you can see White, making some easy moves, and Black cannot really build anything too strong anymore. So yes, I would say that White has quite a big advantage here, and you can also see that scan or the program gives a plus 0.3 while Black is the one attacking. So it's not a good sign for Black probably.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, it's possible. I'm sure Rule is thinking about any move that will sort of keep the position on the board and keep something interesting on the board.
Yeah,
But
then you just have to think, okay, is it responsible to take a risk?
yes, of course, of course.
Because I think if he thinks, okay, well, it's not responsible, then okay, I don't want to, but I have to play this move maybe.
Hmm. Yes, and he must think that right now he must think that he always has this in his back pocket, so to say, this move 1420, and he just wants to weigh his chances in the attack that we just saw, and then after some moments decide, excuse me, whether he wants to play 1420 or 1319.
Yeah.
And I think he will do it relatively quickly, seeing as he's the one with the time advantage, and I'm sure that he will want to keep it that way. Um, but yeah, I think we'll see 1420 here, and then the variant or the line that we just showed. So 40, 50, 44, and then yeah, for White it doesn't make too much sense to take this one. So normally you would maybe want to take this one to isolate the Black piece on 28. But in this case, Black can just easily play, for example, 12, 17, and White can never attack it or even come close to this piece because of, again, this same small combination. And now, yeah, so after 12, 17, it's not so clear what White can do against this piece on 28, and it's more like, yeah, it's more of a strong piece for Black than anything else. So I don't think White would want to go for this, but he will just take 30, or yeah, 39 times 28. And we haven't looked at this, but maybe this is possible for Black as well. Because normally I think White would want to exchange this piece and then exchange this one, but you can see that this becomes quite isolated in that case. So for example, after this, Black plays 12, 18, and now White really has to watch out for his center here.
Yeah.
Because Black is coming there very quickly. For example, after this change back, now White is clearly one move too late, and Black will just go in between and win a piece. So yeah, and White can of course, yes, well, prohibit 1823 by playing 3329, but that completely gives up his whole center. And yes, here Black has a very nice position, just because all the white pieces are disconnected, so to say, and he has no groups of three, for example, while the Black position is just very. They bring 4 to 14 and 2 to 12. It's just very strong. So maybe 1722 is actually quite interesting.
And meanwhile, I see that we have quite some famous viewers today. Some of the comments in the chat, I see Yuri Anikeyev telling us greetings to everyone and thanks to the commentators.
Oh, well, thanks, Yuri.
And also very nice, Natalia Sadowska is in the chat, and she says hello to all drafts fans. And it's especially very nice because she will join us as well later in the match as a commentator on the final 3 days of of the regular stage, so to say. So on game 10, 11, and 12, we
Yeah.
will have either Natalia Sadowska or Damian Reska joining us as commentators. So that's also something to look forward to already.
Yes, definitely, definitely.
And maybe we can check in the current position, because maybe there are also some sharp lines possible. At this moment, I hear people saying after either 12 or 13, 18, there are also very sharp lines possible. So maybe we can check those out. I
Okay.
don't know how, but hopefully you can tell us.
Well, I think I showed something about 12, 18,
Yeah.
which I think, yeah,
So
I think this was not the move for black, just because of 39, 34.
and it's also
But maybe it's
maybe that after
because,
this move there's a nice combination.
yeah, there's a nice shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one. Black has to take 3. And white makes one more waiting move and then plays 50, 45. Takes 4 to king. So yeah, but maybe indeed 14, 19 is actually quite interesting. Because I only showed 7, 12, and now white is in time to play 34, 29, and of course here there's no threat for black, so you can just wait a few moves, and only if black plays this, now change back because of this 1 for 2 threat, and only now change back, and black cannot black cannot play 13, 19 to get this threat again because of 29, 24.
Yeah, now we
And
see just
taking
the same
backwards.
problem as you already showed, but then for reversed colors. So
Yes,
the gap on 2 is now the problem for black.
exactly. But indeed, now I see 1490 might be a good move actually, because white wants to play 34-29 again, but now black has maybe black has to sacrifice, and I don't exactly know what the hell this is, but
Oh, computer tells me.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. This is the first thing you would look at, of course. Um, well,
Wow,
so after
it's already quite a
if black
complicated situation.
yeah, so if black takes this one, then white will just take 2 to king. So black has to take this one. Now white has to take 2. Black has to take 2, and white has to take 2. Black will go in between probably. Yeah, and white will play, well, maybe 49, 44, or 43, 39. And go to 35 quickly. And yeah, this looks like it might be a bit worse for black, but also nothing too major, I would say, but just not so nice for black, and he has to defend maybe. So yeah, that is something that rule doesn't want, I think, 12-18, because it is kind of goes it kind of force goes to this line that we just showed, with the sacrifice and then going in between. So maybe 13-18 you were mentioning as well, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so now the first thing I would look at with being white is 39-34, but now 14-20 is a very strong move, I would say.
Now we don't have the combination.
And now we don't have any combination, and we also don't have this because black takes this one first,
Yeah.
and then takes 2 to 35. So yeah, and after this, black just attacks on 25 and threatens to take 3. And after this, he will take 2 in the end because the piece on 29 is removed. So yeah, so here there's nothing white can do. So he would probably go for well, 50-44 is the most logical move, I would say. Now black cannot attack here because in the end white can take 2, so he will play 9-13, which is actually a forced move.
You wouldn't expect in this position that there's already a forced move, but yeah.
Or yeah, maybe you can exchange this, but positionally 9-13 is a forced
Yeah.
move. Yeah, so now yeah, so maybe so after 39-34 now we will probably
There's no combination.
probably there's a combination that I don't see it as of yet.
Well, there's an easy solution to do it. No, no combination.
Oh, there's actually no combination. Yeah. No, but either this or the more safe 44-40. And then black can always attack on 20 again. So for example, after this, 14-20, 44-40, and then yeah. Now the difference is of course that black gets to 28, which he does want, but he has made these two moves, giving up this formation. So there's of course this trade-off between these two positional aspects, I would say. And
but the white pieces look a bit strange. The white,
yeah, they look a bit funny. I agree.
With those separate parts, these parts and
yeah, and of course the most important problem is that after white plays, for example, 30-25, then he would want to bring a piece to 33 to complete this formation. But yes, the piece on 28 is of course there to get that out of the way.
Yeah, this is always a nice piece to split the white position.
Yes, yes, very much, very much.
Just as you say, because you cannot go to 33 anymore.
Yes. On the other hand, there are of course other ways that white can arrange a breakthrough on this wing because yeah, black misses this formation, is not able to get control over the square on 25 because of that. So for example, if black doesn't watch out, you'll get some variants that look something like this. And now let's say I play the dumbest move on the board, 13-18. Now, for example, after this one, you can see that white is already threatening with a small combination.
Yeah. Okay. So probably that's the reason why the engine still says it's better for white.
Yeah, it gives a slight preference to white, but I would say positionally white should be worse. But of course, yeah, there's not much. There's this kind of balance between, well, the white position that is actually
A bit ugly.
very, very ugly, and the fact that black cannot get control easily over any of the wings.
Yeah.
And for example, white now, right now, white has nothing to do on the, for example, his right wing. But in a few moves time, you can see that white plays this and this and this. You can see some attacks, and then white has a lot more freedom to move on this side of the board.
And one of our viewers asks, what does it mean plus 0.2? So maybe it's good to tell our viewers that if it's +1, then it's one piece ahead for
Yeah, I'm
white.
quickly going to the toilet, but you can tell the viewers what it is.
Yeah, or we can go for the lunch break maybe. This is also
oh, that's also a good idea.
Good idea. So you can go to the toilet. I will finish my explanation of the engine.
Okay.
And I will go to the break as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So if it's +1, then it's one piece ahead for white, and -1, then it's one piece ahead for black, and somewhere in between means yeah, just slightly better for white in this case. And in the current position, as we see, let's see, no, not here, just a little bit back. Here, it's completely equal according to the engines, but it doesn't mean that the position isn't interesting. That's very important to state, because yeah, there's a lot of excitement actually in the game of today. But as the players have a lot of time to think, it's good to go to a small break now, our lunch break, and after it we will be back together with Jitse Slump. So we will go for a small break and see you afterwards. So, hello again, everyone. Okay, maybe we started just a little bit too quickly. Jitse, you are joining us as well. It's very nice to have you here, so that Jan doesn't have to start talking immediately.
Yeah, it's my
Um,
pleasure.
yeah, very nice that you will join us today as well. How likely do you think it is that you will join us tomorrow as well?
Seeing how the game has progressed, I mean, it is definitely something worth looking at some more because, yeah, for now we see just a very, very nice fighting game by both players, and the possibility of a decisive result is still in the air. So, yeah, I think we shouldn't count out the possibility of a win today for either player.
Yeah, four.
Yeah, well, in this case, I think if I look objectively to the position as it is right now, I would prefer black. But yeah, it's still a bit too early to really say who's going to be ahead at the end of the game.
But do you think this position also gives chances for white? Because for me, it's not very clear to see what the chances are for white in this position. Because the white pieces are just, yeah, there's a part of two pieces over here, two pieces over there, and then some pieces in the middle. But there aren't very much formations for white, and
Yeah,
no weaknesses for black.
yeah, I agree. Like what Jan said about the position before, it was very clear that white had quite a solid position in the center, and yeah, before the move 34-30, which we saw earlier, I think white was just doing very, very fine. I mean, this attack was just reasonable for white, but I think after that, yeah, white's position started to deteriorate a little bit, losing a bit of control over the center, and right now, yeah, white's position is a bit split into pieces, and yeah, his center is not so mighty as before. This lone piece on 28 has to do all the work right now.
And yeah, what is a logical continuation for White? Because yeah, as I said, for me it's not very clear how he will continue from this in this position, where to go to, so to say.
Yeah, I think white will just try to not get overrun at this point. Yeah, if he can maintain a piece on 28 without losing his piece on 24. So let's say we play something like this, and for example, if white changes back to 28, if he's sure that he won't lose the piece on 24, then yeah, then there might be some really possible chances to equalize quite quickly. But I'm not so sure. Black has some ideas of maybe playing 12-17 and changing this piece and start an attack on 28 maybe in the far future. So yeah, it's definitely white has to be on the lookout for things like that.
Yeah, and as we see, Schwarzman played another move. He played the piece on 48, the golden piece. Just in general, it's always a decision when you play this move. Is it quite a big decision in this situation as well, or is it just a normal move here because you want to have this formation anyway?
Yeah, in this case, I would say it's really normal to play this move. I don't think you want to play the piece on 49 anytime soon because yeah, it allows you to change the piece on 27 at some point. So yeah, that would be a bigger decision than 48, I would say. And yeah, this is why we see 48, and now Rule has played 9-14. So maybe looking to apply some pressure on 24 as well. So yeah, I think Rule the black color is to be preferred here.
Yeah, do
Yes,
you agree?
absolutely. Yes, because I was just quickly, I see these moves being played 48, 43, 9-14, and it just kind of, struck me like which move does white play here?
You
but-
mean if you played this move now, then
Well, no, I mean, so the first, of course, I think the first thing that White would want to do is exchange this piece as soon as possible, you know, and just you know, exchange it towards 33 and then reinforce his center. But yes, of course, now playing 38, yeah, it runs into 1420. And this is yeah, kind of a problem for for White. You know, he has to. This is not possible because of 1721, and he has to maybe make sure he survives something like this. But from what I'm seeing now, it looks
maybe barely, maybe barely.
Maybe he barely survives, but it looks at least positionally a lot better for Black. So yeah, so this is something White doesn't want to do, but yes, on the other hand, he could not play 38 just now because of, or well, he could play this, but he couldn't play this afterwards, I think, because of 1721. Or am I mistaken?
Yeah,
check it out.
in
Well, I
any
mean,
case,
at
it
least
looks dangerous.
at least it's something. Okay, so
So the idea is to make this formation right, and then
yeah, so for example, after 49, 43, 11, 16, now yeah, now Black has this threat and White cannot play this because of 3-9, making another threat. So, but yes, of course, computer finds something 11, 16, and now this sacrifice and 30, 25, and White is better. But okay, it's not something you're looking for in this position, at least.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's so after 9-14, yeah, so
This is the situation now. This move has been played.
yeah, so 38 has been played, so White saw that 38, 32 is nothing. And yeah, there's some kind of awkward, I would say that White has now this piece on 28, but he doesn't control the center. You know, Black doesn't have any pieces in the center, but he controls the center. Because at any point he can exchange 1722, he can exchange 1319. And White always has to be ready for things like this. So yes, I would say, for example, after this, I would say the most logical move would be 1420. But maybe White can play something like this and
Yeah, but even
or
that
whether
position,
yeah, but even there, White is no, yeah, no, this shouldn't be good
Yeah.
for White.
No.
But after this, I mean, for example, if Black changes 1722 now, yeah, the difference with the piece on 43 now that it's gone to 38 is that White cannot exchange this toward 32. And if White exchanges it towards 33 now, yeah, Black is in time to place himself on 27 again. And of course, it might be not too big of a problem for White because now he can, you know, put 33 on 28 again, but it doesn't feel doesn't feel really nice for White, I would say.
Yeah.
But of course, Black can also wait some moves. Yeah, and the White structure is just looks very damaged, I think.
Yeah, I was also thinking, where did it go wrong in that sense for White? And maybe this march with 41 to 32, allowing Black to change to 27 at some point. I was not sure if that was the right plan. I think you also mentioned some plan with 43, 39, and 48, 43. I think that was much more challenging for Black.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because now Black quite naturally developed the piece on 16, and in the other variant, I think you mean that that the piece on 16 was still, or at least this wing was still a bit unsure where it would go
exactly.
to.
Yeah.
And in this case, it's very clear that the Black's development has been perfect, almost. And that yeah, he doesn't have any weaknesses, while the White structure is clearly or the weakness of the white structure is that he has to make moves which make his structure more weak.
So
So
what happens if you play 1721 now?
now to change to 21. Yes, that's very, very possible. And yeah, so there's of course this big threat of 1116 is what you mean, I think.
And also, is it a
And
threat
maybe 4-9.
as well?
Yeah.
Is it threat?
Ah, the king shot now. It's not winning, but it's something to look out for with white for sure. No, but of course, black can on the next move, black can play the very natural move 4-9, and then it's one piece cheaper, of course, because 4-9 is a move you would want to play anyways, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, this
Now
is
that you
not
have those
so easy, because I see the computer suggesting this, but even after 4-9, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, so
if
he
this-
wants to play this position, I think. But now this doesn't look like something you want to allow with white for sure,
No.
because
Yeah, so
8 will naturally go to 18, and
we can
or
show
maybe
the king shot first, because I don't know if everyone. So I think that's why you play this move, right? If you play, or
yes.
I don't know what move to play, very logically to.
No, I
No,
think
but
this is the only move at this point.
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah. Okay.
because
So this is the most logical move. Yeah. Okay.
well, if you want to show the king shot, for example, after this,
Yeah.
yeah, now white has kind of, I don't know, okay, so I see what you mean, but yeah,
Okay. We just show the combination.
yeah, this is the main problem for white, and it's because his yeah, because of this awkward structure here. Yeah, that this is now very interesting, because after 1116, white is clearly missing this formation, while black has sort of the perfect configuration for this. So he has this formation. After 4-9, he has all these king shot ideas. He has this formation, and yeah, it just kind of feels very awkward for white.
Yeah, I
But
think this position, something like this, I also had in some game against you, and it was very uneasy to play this with white,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
because
What was
can
that game?
It was 1721 is played, yes,
Ah, okay. You changed it.
and 12 times 21. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because always you can never develop it through the means of 37-32, because of still the same king shot in 11-16. So yeah, there's always
Yes.
these problems for white.
Yeah. Yeah, that game is not in the database, by the way. So.
Ah, okay. Then it doesn't matter.
But yes, if white has to resort to this kind of position, it feels very awkward. Or at least to allow this is absolutely not natural.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
And on the
this
next
can become
move,
very exciting.
well, yes, for sure. And of course, Rule played it. I mean, if anyone can find these, well, this sort of small tricks to make it more awkward for the opponent, then it should be Rule, of course.
Yeah.
But well, yeah, it's typical that the computer thinks it's nothing. But yeah, for humans, this feels very
Yes, it looks
awkward.
just very, very, very ugly for white, because yeah, when you cannot play this move, then what are these pieces doing?
Mhm.
And you cannot build a nice structure in the center. You cannot exchange this piece. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So what
so
do you think? Yeah, is the strongest play from here? Is this your only option to go like this and this, or you have any other options with white?
well, I think
Yeah.
what is the time?
maybe you can play
Okay.
maybe you can play 28-23, but you have to be very sure, of course, because something like 4-9, or I think the computer is even showing something like
Yeah,
this.
it's a direct win. Yeah.
These types of moves are just very dangerous. So
So now this is a big threat, and you cannot do anything about it.
now if you play 33-28, then there's 14-20, of course, which is this winning piece.
Yeah, and there's nothing else. After this, you just walk away, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, computer indicates some chaotic lines with the sacrifice, but it's not this will not be played, of course.
No.
But I think Rule will sort of feel that he has some chances here for sure.
Is this the way he looks when he feels he
I'm
has chances because he has now.
I'm not sure
body
about
language.
the
I don't think we. I'm not sure if we saw this kind of body language of him sitting like this.
yeah, so you can clearly see that he's quite concentrated
Yeah.
on the position right now.
Mm-hmm.
And well, if the line that we just showed by with 47, 41, 49, 42, 37, if this is actually the only line for white that doesn't immediately lose, so to say, then then it might be promising for the black chances.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
definitely.
not that might be, it is very promising for the black chances.
But then maybe Schwarzman just
But can you?
missed this idea.
Yeah, maybe on the other hand, what did he? I mean, what can he do? Maybe, yeah. Because after 39, you have the same problem approximately, maybe even worse. I know. Then you can.
No, I think in this position there are so many threats you have to be careful of. Even after a move like 47, 41, which maybe keeps it a little bit as is. Still, you have to be sure that 11, 16, 17, 21 is not dangerous, and you have to also look at 14, 20. Just too many things going on for black in this position, for white in this position. I mean, so
Yes,
yeah,
definitely. And maybe he thought, okay, I'm slightly worse, and he wanted to play something like this. But yeah, I think 1721 came as a bit of a shock for him as well. I would say, because he stopped and stared at the board for half a minute before taking.
Oh really?
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah.
yeah.
And
also, I'm not sure. So now, of course, these combinations are not really amounting to much. But maybe if you play 14, 20 first, also something he needs to calculate at this moment. I'm not sure if there's
yes, definitely.
if it's any good, but yeah,
Although
probably
here
not.
it's probably forced. Because now white threatens this exchange, and after black takes the king, white has maybe, well, for example, he has at least this.
Yeah.
So for example, this 26 times 46. Now white has at least 38, 33, catching the king with equal pieces. So and yeah, it's a big advantage for white on this wing.
Yeah, but definitely something he has to see, of course.
Yeah, and it all wastes time, so to say. And yeah, so now the threat for white is gone because he has developed this piece on 42, and now he can exchange just 38, 32 with an advantage.
Yeah.
But okay, but is it an idea for white maybe to play 41, 37, or is that nonsense? Oh, wait, I see the problem. No, that's dumb. I wanted to play 30, 25, but now it takes the other way, of course.
Yeah.
I wanted to play for this, but yeah, in my head, if black took the other way, this was still on 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now of course he takes this one and 1420. Yeah. So this is just
Yeah, the
this
computer
is
needs
bad.
to play this, the line you said, no, 41, and then go to 22, but that looks very strange to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
Typical
not
computer variant.
this is not it for sure. I think. Well, maybe he holds it, but but why actually? I mean, if I play 1419, what's the idea? Oh, just 37. And now he has this yeah, this defense.
Yes, and what was important to show that you could not
Still better for black,
attack
of course.
on 22 straight away.
Yeah, you cannot attack it here because well, these pieces do not often have a function, but here they do, and they create this majority capture.
We finally see the idea of exchanging the opening line.
Yeah, maybe it is this deep.
Very
He's
deep.
the world champion after all, so
Yeah. 20 moves deep. Yeah.
no, but this is something that
The players won't go for.
no, for sure not. It's just not natural to go for something like this because it looks like you're immediately losing this piece almost.
Yeah.
No, we won't see this. Maybe Schwartzman is like, okay, I have to play this and then hope that in the future I can develop it, which is maybe the most reasonable thing to think at this moment. So maybe you can look at some lines. So after this, just 1420. Yeah, this is awkward. Mostly because of this.
Ah, yes.
Ah, that's a nice combination.
I think
Yeah.
that's a combination Schwarzman won with before, right? In some match against Georgiev, maybe.
Oh, it could be, yeah.
But I think in that case it was a little bit different. But
yeah, so white cannot attack here because of 2732. Takes, and he wants to exchange this, but now that black has used this move to play 1420, he can now play 2025, and yeah, this is of course not a strong attack. It's like Blocky van Kokkie, but then on the other side of the board, and black can easily lock this in. Yeah, should be almost winning here, I would say.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why 3329 is not played. Yeah, there's not a lot of other moves to play for white, so yes, he would have to play 43, something like 812. So we play some moves, 44. So can we keep this in the position for black?
Yes, it would be
Example,
nice.
1117, 611.
Win by this combination.
But after 1117, then what is your plan after 37?
Just this. Or can I? Or do you have
Yeah,
something there?
I thought maybe 28, 22 afterwards, but yeah.
But I'm one piece ahead, right?
Yeah, one piece ahead, yeah.
Yes, okay. So I think this or 1116 would be the most logical thing to do. I guess.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so let's go for. Yeah, or maybe even. No, after this you can play this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks good for white. Yeah, so probably 1117. Now white cannot play this because of because of a slightly bigger combination than the one we saw before. So this and now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, I think this is winning, right?
Yeah, this should be just winning. Yeah. So yeah, and of course after this one, black plays 14-20 again and locks white in on the swing again. And yeah, just 9-14 and yeah, the same as before. So white has to go for 39 here. I think approximately the only plan for white is to, well, maybe play this and then exchange or maybe even play 30 with 25 first. But
Yeah.
I mean, if he exchanges and then gets these two moves in, it also could turn around. So, for example, just to show if black plays very well passively, you get some line like this, 38-32, and now, yeah, for example, 3-8, 28-23, and it's clear that the white attack is already becoming quite strong again.
Yeah, exactly. White has managed to solve most of his problems.
Yeah, and he has not yet solved this problem, but the attack is more important in this case.
Yeah.
Because black cannot like do anything against this attack. So yeah, here most of white's problems would be gone, I think. So on the other hand, maybe 37-30, for example, if white does exchange this, maybe we can manage to then only then build this formation because we have this because of this awkward structure. So I mean, for example, this you have a 16 or maybe something else, 12-17. Well, what I was trying was this, and now 11-16. And now, because of this awkward structure for white, he cannot prevent this 1-for-2 by playing 37-32 because of 26-31. So this would still be quite awkward for white, I would say.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe you can play 28-23. But then, and after this, you have to play here.
But if white does not want to go into this and changes back instead, then you just go to 27.
Yes, I just want to
one more
go
time.
to 27 again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you mean no, just go here again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess the longer white waits with developing this in any way, the better it gets for black.
Yeah.
In this case, at least. So, for example, this 11-16. Yeah, so now there's a very clear threat of 17-21, I would say. Okay, maybe here it's still okay for white, but yeah, it's not so nice for white because he can never develop this piece, or maybe can he? No, he can't because of this. Well, if black would play 7-12 now, it would be fine for white because black has to take 3.
Yeah.
But black smartly plays 14-19, and
Yeah,
now
this is quite a variant. Yeah, you have to take with the piece. Yeah. And the king is trapped. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so here you can play to 18. Okay. No, but for example, after this one, black catches it with his king, and now it's I would say almost winning for black because he just gives this one and goes to king himself. Yeah, and white can also choose to play this one, but now well, black has a couple of choices, for example, this and 15-20. And also just immediately going to 23, and yeah, clearly the end game is computer indicates this, but but I would say this way is more natural.
Yeah.
And yes, these two white pieces are in the middle of the board, and
Yeah, but then maybe the problem is this.
yeah,
move.
okay, so 21, 27,
Okay.
and now there's again this small threat maybe of
So the idea is you cannot catch
catching the
it
king.
immediately, because then you take here and your king is catched.
Yeah. So yeah, white would maybe have to play this 36, 31. But okay, these are difficult end games for sure.
Yeah.
But it's already a lot better for black, I would say, and not something white wants to allow in any case.
But a question I have, where is Schwartzman actually thinking about? Because we thought that his move now is just.
Yes, of course, but we we have looked into some lines and then came to the conclusion, also with the help of the engine, that this might be the only thing that white can do. But of course, he doesn't know anything, or at least not for sure
We
about this.
presume so. We presume so.
Not
But
to
he's
say
thinking
that
already.
he doesn't know anything, but in this case, he's on his own, and he, of course, if he sees that this is possible, yeah, you would want to look for other things as well, because you might not be very happy about this, because it looks very ugly for white.
Yeah.
And more so even that you cannot play 33-29 immediately. So you really have to do this and this and this, and if black finds one plan against this, you're actually you're busted. So
Yeah.
It's,
yeah,
it's difficult for him because he has to choose for a bad option, and
yeah,
he
for
also
sure.
if he will choose for this option, then he knows that he will defend for the entire game, and maybe get a very difficult defense. So he would want to make his decision quickly, I think, because now he is left only less than 24 minutes.
Yeah, this is it's starting to get a bit risky, I would say.
Yeah, maybe he also has to get a bit into the mindset of, okay, now I have to defend this position. Maybe before he was like, okay, this is just straightforward, and yeah, after this move, he maybe discovered that his position is not so alright after all. So that's maybe also part of why he's thinking.
Yeah, and just the fact that he doesn't know that there are no good other options than going for this bad position, you know. So he might be or he might be looking for something else for quite some time now, and in the end he will probably find out that he has to go for this configuration, which is just very bad.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a pleasure to go for something like this, of course.
No, and I think he wants just to spend as much time as well is responsible, maybe, to look for something else that is more safe, so to say. So you see him
But
playing.
now he played 47.
He did play 47, 41, yeah.
Yeah, as expected.
So we'll probably see this line now.
Yeah, except if he finds this crazy idea with 41 and going to 22, but I'm not sure that is really on the cards here.
Yeah, I'm also not so sure.
So
so can black play something else? For example, 21, 20s. Then 41 comes, right?
Yeah. And then you can
Yeah,
do
then you
what you wanted.
Yeah, then you can play 30, 25.
Yeah. After this, you still have this this combination.
Yeah.
And now 4-9 has not been played yet, so there's no 14-20.
Yeah, this is good for white, I would say.
Yeah.
So yeah, 4-9 is the most logical move to force this or to force 42-37.
And now Schwarzman left the table, so maybe he found a defense, but I don't think so. I think he just maybe goes for a toilet or something. And we'll be back soon just to take all his time to think about the solution for his position. Because it looks very promising for Roel here.
Yes, absolutely. It looks this might be the best position he's had so far. Or
Yeah.
might be. It is the best position he's had so far.
Yeah.
And
And this is also interesting talking about the engines, because the engine tells us 0, it's nothing. But we think it's very promising for black, as we as humans.
yes, absolutely.
So the engine doesn't tell us everything, and it's not that you can take a look at the engine and say, okay, now it's an interesting game, and now it's not.
Yeah,
Yes,
definitely.
that's
No, you go first.
no, I probably wanted to say the same thing anyway. So
Yeah.
no, go on.
No. I think what I wanted to say is that you have to be critical about the engine bar at all times, because it may give a very objective value, but not really a value for how the players feel and what their thoughts are in certain positions and how things are for a human. So yeah, that's also always very good to take that into consideration.
Yes, exactly. And maybe it's also good to show that in this case, the king to 48 is not possible. So 46 we showed because of, for example, 44-40. Yes, and white catches it for 3 pieces, which is
you cannot take 2 pieces here, but
yeah, you have to take 3.
3 pieces. Yeah.
So yeah, so say black sees that and wants to go to 48. Now, yeah, it's not so clear what white has to do, but luckily white immediately can catch the king in this way. So black has to take 2, and now white catches it 1 for 1, and it will be equal in the end, or at least in material. Of course, it's better for white here.
Yeah.
Is it equal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2,
Yeah,
3, 4,
6 against 6.
Yes.
No,
Pieces of white are just so far
slightly concerned
far
about
ahead that it's now the engine tells us it's way
yeah,
better.
so yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that is why black doesn't want to take this combination, but instead wants to make it well, 1 piece cheaper essentially.
Yeah, more juicy indeed.
More juicy, yeah, exactly. And yeah, so now white is well, white doesn't want to. Of course, 41-37 can also be met by something like 11-16. This is also something white has to think about.
Yeah.
Which is the same for 42-37. But yeah, I think white, or I think black will for sure play 4-9 here. Just not to allow 41-37. And then we'll see black. We'll see if Schwarzman has prepared this or this crazy line, or if he goes for something a bit more well, a bit more safe, I would say. More natural. This is something that the computer thinks is nothing, but you know, these 2 pieces, it's not to see, not easy to see for a human that you won't lose one of them.
Yeah.
So I think we'll see 42 and then 21, 26, 43, and then yeah, maybe some interesting ideas here. So what we saw 11, 17. Now white almost has to play 39. Yeah, because after this one we had this crazy trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 6, 11, 34, 29, 17, 21. So maybe this was the most critical variant that we saw.
Yeah, but 12, 17 is also already a bit of a tricky move to spot, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is much more
Yeah.
logical. Yeah, so
So
let's
still,
see.
white has the problem that he cannot play this move because of 1319.
And we see 21, 26 actually
Oh,
by rule.
okay, let's check that one. So we expected this move, but now 21, 26.
Yeah, so what's the idea here?
It also makes the combination cheaper because you can play that move, but
Yeah, but white is first, and I think we saw this, right? With 41, 37.
Yeah. This is by far the most logical.
And if white can play 42, 38 next move, I think there are not much problems left.
Well, let's see. So for example, if black plays, maybe we can find something with black. So let's say 8. There should be some combinations somewhere. No, but for example, this, if white plays this now, then 12, 17 feels already a bit awkward, right? Or not?
Yeah, that's true.
Because if white removes this piece on 34 or 39, for example, now 13, 18 comes and it's winning for black, I would say.
Yeah, because after this move, you have a threat again.
After which move? I can't.
Now
You mean now? Yeah, now black has this threat of 27, 32 and 17, 22, and white cannot prevent it by playing 37, 32 because black will give this one, and now not this immediately because white has this 2 for 2 exchange.
Yeah.
But he will give 15, 20 first and then break through, and yeah, this is just easily winning for black, I would say. So yeah, that is why white cannot play this. He can also not play this to exchange on the next move because of 26, 31 and take 3. So he will have to.
Maybe you can play this, but yeah, you have to be sure, of course. And then try this afterwards. But yeah, it's hanging on by a thread, maybe.
Yeah. So let's say I play 11, 16. So now is the moment of truth because Schwarzman has played a move.
Yeah, 41, 37.
And it is 41, yeah. Yeah, but this is still, so if this is possible, then. No, but what is this sacrifice? The computer says this.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's minus 1.1. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, sure. This is. Didn't you see this yet?
Yeah, I just completely missed this.
You thought I wouldn't see this, huh? Yeah. So. Yeah, no, but.
Yeah. Okay. If
and
this.
we see a12 on the board.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
but this was a very logical
yeah,
continuation.
I would say so as well. Yeah, yeah. So just for the viewers, it's maybe good to show that the line we just showed was, well, if White wants to exchange this piece because now after 1721, yeah, it feels, yeah, it
Yeah,
feels like it should be losing,
this feels too
uh,
weak for White, this wing.
because White has no pieces
Yeah, no
left.
pieces here. Yeah.
Black can maybe play 26-31 and exchange here at any point. And, yeah, just
Yeah.
wait a lot of moves until the White position gets weaker. Um, so yeah, so we saw this, and now White wants to exchange this. But now this crazy sacrifice, and now there's yeah, there's no good way for White to defend against this attack, which is actually pretty crazy. The longer I look at it, the crazier it gets. But
Yeah.
this is very beautiful. And this is the difference between, humans and Scan. We would probably need a minute or 10 to find something like this, but computer just gives it instantly.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is very nice. So for example, if we play 30-25, Black plays 17-21, now there's a couple of things White can do against this attack, but yeah, for example, after this, Black has this 1 for 3 and wins a piece in the end. And after, yeah, if White closes this gap, for example, by 38-32, then 13-19 will follow again, and now you can see that in the end, Black will take to 41. And it's very surprising that here already White has nothing to do against this because he has just no formations anywhere.
Yeah, I was looking at maybe the best way for compensation, and I thought, why not play 38-32? So after 17-21, then maybe you can play 24-19. But yeah,
Yes.
again, you have this combination, this breakthrough.
Yeah, now you
So,
take the other one. Yes.
so this is also not possible.
This is very beautiful.
And if you play just a bit earlier, at this moment, this move, what will happen here?
Well, it gives another sacrifice, but I would say the most logical thing to do would be, well, of course, if you play this move, you always have to think about this and something. So, for example, this and 4-9 or 3-9 maybe could be an interesting way to force a breakthrough on this wing.
Yeah, this asks for an accident.
Asking for trouble, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
So
computer indicates another sacrifice.
yeah, so it says this, but now not 4-3-9, but 14-20. I think it's only to prepare 4-9.
Yeah, exactly.
So for example, if we play this now 4-9, and yes, as I said, 17-22, and the piece on 26 just marches to king, and there's nothing White can do.
But I think it would be a bit of a stretch to say that Roel has prepared this at this moment. Obviously, it's possible that that in a game he will find this, but I think at this moment, when he was playing 21-26, it's very difficult to spot this altogether.
But if he didn't
Yeah.
spot it, why would he play it? Because the lines we saw after 4-9 looked very promising as well, right?
Yeah, well, but I think even if you don't spot this sacrifice, I think after 17-21 you still have maybe there's nothing to do, but I would say it is logical to suggest there's still something that is possible on this wing, but if the computer shows there's nothing, okay, it's nothing. But
Yeah, but I
yeah.
agree. And even 3-8 here.
Maybe there's also starting with 3-8.
Hey, don't you have the same
Yeah,
sacrifice?
the same
Yeah.
sacrifice. now this
Yeah.
if you have this, then this 1 for 3, and after this 17-21 again.
However, now you do have your compensation.
Yeah, but piece is a piece, of course. So.
Yeah, so it's still better for black, of course. Yeah, but you have the same even. Okay, so he has 2 chances to spot this this idea. No, but I agree because it well 4-9 forces white to play, or at least if he doesn't want to have anything to do with this, it forces white to play 42-37. But it might have been that rule didn't see really the correct continuation there.
Yeah.
And thought, okay, if I play 21-26, he is also not in time for this exchange, and he will also have to find something else. And it might also have been something that he didn't look at yet. I think that is also not to be overlooked. You know, if you decide to go for a think, your opponent has time to think as well, and he might have been looking at 4-9 from the start. And if you then play 21-26 and still he has a lot of problems, then we can see Schwartzman is at 15 minutes now.
Yeah. So taking his time again. So he didn't expect this.
In a bit of a think. So maybe it's psychologically a very strong move by Rule.
And what is also a possibility is that Rule's original idea was maybe to play 17-21 followed by 4-9. But when Schwartzman started to think, I think it was about 20 minutes think, he came up with this idea. So that's also a possibility that he's just in the time of his opponent, he's just calculating all these lines.
Yeah, exactly.
And what
also
can white play here? Computer indicates this move.
Yeah, but I really don't. No, I really don't understand this because what's now you play 39. Okay. Yeah, so this might be stable for white. Is it though? 13-18. Let's see, 13-18. Now white cannot play. Well, black wants to exchange here, or at least maybe first this and some breakthrough chances on this wing. White can now not play this because of this combination. So this 4-9 and then 21-27. And well, it's a bit tricky because it looks like white can catch the king by 49-44, but then this piece on 30 is hanging in the end. So white cannot catch it this way. We'll have to play something like 30-25, and now black escapes and wins. So yeah, so white would have to play something else here. For example, 44-39 seems logical to me.
Yeah.
And now black just exchanges. Yeah, and well, it's of course it's draw-ish.
But we see
after.
Schwartzman has played 42.
Yeah.
Oh, he did play 42.
Yeah, I think it's very logical, but yeah.
But now after 12-17, he should really be concerned, I think.
Oh, now it gets very interesting, and only 14 minutes left for Schwartzman, so he doesn't have much time to.
Yeah, okay, but still.
Good defense.
First Rule has to play 12-17, of course, and after that.
No, but 12-17 must be his plan.
Yeah.
Because there's no other way to prevent 33-29.
No, I guess not.
So I expect a very quick 12-17.
Yeah.
And yeah, I really don't know what Schwartzman has planned there. It looks.
He still doesn't look very like he's in big troubles. Okay, we cannot see his face now anymore, but.
No, but this looks very concerning.
Nervous, but.
Yeah, to us it's concerning, but if you haven't spotted those ideas with the sacrifices, yeah,
that could also be the problem.
No, but I can't imagine he hasn't spotted that yet.
Probably you already saw all sacrifices.
What are you doing? Why aren't you seeing these sacrifices?
All the sacrifices.
No, but who played 12, 17, I think. Yes, and this is might be a critical moment because maybe Schwartzman has well, maybe he counted on 28, 23. Is it logical to because he's also because he's in time for this, I would say.
Oh, he just played.
What did he play?
Not. Oh no. My mistake.
He did play
37.
37,
Oh, he
32.
did.
Yeah, but
Oh,
But-
but now we have this.
Oh, but no. Oh,
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is a
did a sacrifice.
Yama Alexander. But this is a very interesting moment now.
Oh. Okay, we should take a closer look now also at the players.
No, but I mean, if Black plays this now, so now White gets 33, 29, but even here he cannot exchange backwards.
no, exactly. Because of the
So-
small combination.
So for example, after 11, 16, I don't know what he's.
Yeah, maybe we can show it because yeah,
Okay, I guess
Yeah,
you can
maybe-
exchange forward and then.
forward. But still, it's a very poor ring, of course.
Yeah, it still looks awkward, but I guess it's fine.
But what if we
Yeah,
because
no,
you
but
should,
we
you
have
suggested
to.
4-9 immediately, which was very reasonable. This is not any good, right? I mean, yeah, still it's not so easy for White.
Yes, no, because this will definitely become a king for two pieces. There's
Yeah.
nothing White can do about that, at least. We know you like them. But now
Yeah,
is the question.
I would play this 27-31 immediately and then start to think.
And then start thinking, yeah. Just so believe so much in this this breakthrough.
And also 3-9 was a possibility, right? So this is
And,
also
and 13, 18, you mean? Or not? Or yeah,
Yeah.
I mean 3-9 is also. But
Okay,
now
so the
maybe,
sacrifice and 14, either 14-20 or 4-9 look very promising.
no, but
Yeah.
this for sure. This is really scary for White.
Oh.
Yeah, but White has, of course, Black has to be secure, because if you change right now, then White has maybe this possibility to give the piece back, and
Oh,
maybe
right.
this ring holds. I
Yeah,
think it holds.
this is okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So Black has to be secure.
So he has to play
This
14,
position.
20 now, right? So if we play 14, 20 now,
Mhm.
then he says, yeah, so White has to play 39, 34 actually,
Yeah,
because
there's no doubt.
otherwise 17, 22 will follow. And now 17, 22. I mean, it's still a king for two pieces, and Black has. You have this, of course, or not?
Yeah, but still.
But yeah, the wing is still weak after 6-11. So this is kind of a forced variation, but it goes to the same endpoint, I would say.
Yes,
And
there are
after-
no pieces here, here, and here. You can always.
But what is the continuation
But
after this move?
after this, what? Yeah, I guess just this, and then 2-8 afterwards.
But then it's three pieces temporarily, right?
No. Now it's equal
Oh, now it's equal.
because you gave 23.
Ah, yes.
So
Yeah,
now
that's-
now it's equal. After this, it's 2 and 2-8 will follow afterwards.
Yeah.
So this is a very cheap king.
Yeah, this is
This is winning for Black, of course.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh wow. Okay, so yeah, here it's yeah, White really has to allow Black to go to king for two pieces, I think, and maybe construct some way to catch the king if it goes either here or there.
Yeah, but I think these types of risks are not something Alexander would be looking to get. out
It's
of
at least not something that he prepared for before
No.
the game, I think. Oh wow, okay, so he did play this. And now yes, seeing as rule is not playing 1721 immediately, I'm very sure he's
Considering
considering the sacrifice. And it's just also natural to play this and 4-9 and to exchange this afterwards because I mean
yeah, that wing is just so empty.
yeah,
We've
and
been talking
maybe
about balance already for the entire match, and now
yeah,
it
for sure.
shows that it's very important, and also defense is very important. When
And after this one, I guess black just waits. Maybe you can play this and then 14-20, 13-18.
so yeah.
Yeah, that is very strong. Now the king will only cost one piece in the end.
Yeah, because this is a threat, so you cannot go in between because of this move. So, and if you exchange, then there's no defense left. This one just
Yeah,
stops.
so if you exchange this one, so Roel's about to play, I can see from his hand. Or at least I thought so.
Well, he's left-handed, right?
Is that so?
Yeah, he's left-handed.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So
You know,
then he's
all strong players, draws players are left-handed. You know that.
Thanks a
what are
lot.
you? What are you, Jitse?
Right-handed, baby.
What are you, Esther?
Yes, left, of course.
Okay, so that's why you're saying it.
Yeah.
No, I'm right as well, so thanks.
Yeah.
Really?
No, I'm no, I'm kidding.
So now there's a
So let's
real possibility that I'm not here tomorrow.
well, then
Yes.
you should stay for the whole day, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but after 4-9, I was looking at 28-23 as well. Is this also
Yeah, my yeet. No, but I think I think can black play 14-20 or not?
Let's
Well,
see.
it's according to the rules, so.
yeah.
And then 17-22.
Yeah, I was hoping your wing would be weakened a bit. Like if you play 17-22, now go to 19, perhaps. Oh, this is
And
not
now
good.
after this?
Yeah, I wanted to play to 14, but yeah.
Okay, so we get this this kind of this type of end game.
Macro endgame, we would call it sometimes, right? Not really in this case. I would guess.
I think macro is only when two players have a king.
Yeah.
Or well, not two, but both. I mean, they're generally not more than two.
Katkamai. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but yes, this type of end games is why I think rules should absolutely go for this to say that at least.
Yes, and if we look at the scorebar, it has for the current position, it has this red how do you say it? This red thing in the middle. It says
Oh, that line.
that it's
The equilibrium line, you mean?
yeah, that one. I mean,
That lijntje. Yeah.
it's completely equal, but now it's already almost to one piece. And even Keesro says it's 0.45.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not really sure in because you're looking at it in Turbo Dumbbase with King's Row, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's maybe you know what that means practically.
Not really. I don't really use my Turbo Dumbbase Kings Row because the databases aren't working correctly. But
Oh.
Well, at
yeah.
least it's very promising for black.
Yeah, so But the 731 is the longer the longer Rule is looking at it, I'm sure we'll see it.
Yeah.
Yes, and he has very big chances here. Also looking at Schwartzman's time, well, also his own time, but he has a clear plan, and Schwartzman has to figure out a way to defend his wing here, which is, as we have seen, is not possible. So you will have to look into end games with where Rule goes to king for at the cost of two pieces. And yes, these are generally very difficult, and well, of course, if you have a piece on 41 which cannot be attacked by any other pieces because these are all they cannot come in contact with 41. Yeah, generally black is the one who can just wait until the king is yeah, until it's nice to get a king somewhere, and he can just wait with 41 there. Let white destroy his structure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not only we are very excited about the game today, but also our viewers, because we almost have 7,000 viewers at the moment.
Oh, Jesus.
So I think that's a new record for us as well.
That's nice,
yeah, and it's
yeah.
very clear because it's very exciting at the moment.
Yes, I would recommend every viewer to invite more people here, because this might be
Yeah.
a deciding moment in this match so far. And you see that as the time shrinks, yeah, I'm sure we'll see Rule's about to play.
I think Rule will go down to 10 minutes and then make up his mind. I think that will be a good.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
Exactly as you say.
Yeah, and now we have to see which follow-up move he is choosing for. Is it 4-9, 14-20, or something else we didn't look at?
It would be logical
Oh.
to play it immediately because, wow, on the other hand, probably Schwartzman was already thinking about this move as well, but
No, but 4-9 seems by far the most natural, I would say. Because if you spot that after 30-25, 2-8, white has no move, or at least you have this direct threat of 14-20, 13-18. Then it's much more natural to play 4-9 because you can always play 14-20 afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, or maybe there's something
no,
to
you
say.
played 14-20.
Oh, 14-20.
Okay.
Which
Well,
was the first move by the computer, I think, or
yeah, it's at least. So if white plays, for example, 30-25 now, what will we see
Yeah,
then?
let's check.
We'll see 4-9 anyways, probably. Yeah, so maybe Rule thinks this is just more forcing. You know, I play 14-20, he makes any move, and I play 4-9 afterwards. He has to close 33, and then I play 17-22. So of course something to say for that as well.
And he also keeps open the option of playing 3-9. Maybe. I'm not sure if that's also a thought, but it could be.
Yeah, and he also maybe keeps open the option of playing 2-8 anyways.
Because
For example,
what's this worth? Maybe we should check this first, or
this was just the most logical, yeah. So 39-33, 17-22. Yeah, and it's not, well, black just gets a king, so I mean, what can we say? So probably the computer will say it's a draw, but yeah. So if we play the most logical thing, so for example, this maybe 2-8 even, or immediately towards 46.
Yeah, it's all about how many captures of the white of the black king white can initiate.
Yeah. So for example, if we play these two moves now, we don't have a no, because the piece on 43 is hanging. So of course this would be logical were it not for the piece on 43.
Yeah.
Now black just wins immediately, almost.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. Um,
So maybe
for white, it's logical to try to attack this wing in some way.
yeah, maybe also get this piece here, with the intention to capture the king in that way.
Yeah. That looks good as well. Or maybe black can go in between.
No,
here.
maybe that's no, but then they can play 33-28.
Yeah. Okay, so 38. This. Yeah, now it's just equal immediately.
Yeah, so you were talking about this, but then this move.
Yeah, it's the majority rule again. And yeah, if black plays another move, then this, I can imagine that this is already good enough for a draw at least.
Yeah.
Might still be a bit tricky because black wins a piece in the end, but yeah, it should be a draw. And we see Schwartzman playing
30-25.
Yeah.
30-25 indeed.
Okay,
So this is probably the most relevant line. So what if black plays 2-8 now? Doesn't he get a more promising king now?
You mean on the next move 13-18?
Yeah, I just want to play this again because now there's still nothing white can do here.
Yeah, exactly. And you have
So
the nice gatekeepers on 3 and 4. So it's
yes, like say I want to keep those pieces there as long as possible. So yeah, of course, if white plays 28-23, now I have to play 4-9 anyways. But ja, ja, ik kan niet altijd je zin krijgen. Ja. No, but
this looks very promising as well. Right, the computer already says it's -1.
And what will Rule play? He did
he's
play
played
4-9.
4-9. Yeah.
But also, still, I think there's very much to say for 4-9 immediately. I think this was even stronger, maybe. Because, yeah, I mean, yeah, what should white do? We saw this variant with 2-8 and now 14-20 and 13-18, which was approximately winning immediately for black. And
Yeah,
then
okay, but
then there was this, and this is of course there's a big difference between the game and this variant because now all the white pieces are in the center, I would say, which is in general, well, of course, a computer indicates a draw, but I mean, there's a big difference between this and the game, I think.
Yeah.
But okay, this is still very good for black, of course.
Yeah, we haven't found the defense here. Right?
And what if black plays 2-8 again in this position? Then there's some problems. Now next move you can play 13-18 because of a small combination. So yeah, just wasting a move basically.
On the other hand, white also wastes a move. Or no, that's not really true though.
Maybe this was better to keep some capture formations.
This feels more natural, yeah.
Yeah.
And now after 17-22, white just plays probably 44 or yeah, I mean. And after this one, he will just go in between and then trust in his formations. So for example, this 26, 32. So we go to king and now, yeah. So 0 indicates that there's a very clear path to a draw, probably.
Computer tells us to play this move here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very.
Now you can't go to either king because if you play this, then there's this move, which just captures the king. And obviously with these two pieces and this, you can never go to 47 because of this.
Yeah, so yeah, so black will have to wait some moves, and white will just need at least keep this in the position, and try to keep this in the position as well by playing, for example,
next move
this 38.
have it again.
And yeah, there's not much danger for white here.
Yeah, so
would
even
say.
your next move after it can be this move. Then you have the catching again.
But if I go there,
Oh,
well, it just depends on black's moves as well. For example, if we play this 39, 11, 16, yeah, now I mean after this, this 28, 22, yeah, it's clear that there's nothing nothing black can do here. Yeah, besides exchanging this piece at some point. So for example, 913 now, but then I mean 2218 maybe, or even worse, 3329, 28. And yeah, okay, so this I think would, yeah, I think Schwartzman would manage to make this a draw with the good play, but of course it's very difficult to have faith in such an end game where black is practically on a king, and white yeah, white just has to has to hope he can make some traps.
Yeah.
So this is going to be very interesting.
And also with the time scramble that is coming up, both players around 10 minutes. So it will be very, very interesting.
Yes, for sure, for sure. Okay, so if we just play some natural moves, maybe 44-40. Just, to have yes, I just missed it. 43 is hanging again.
and is it helpful to play 611 before going for the breakthrough?
So here, or
yeah, after
so I played this. Yeah, here you mean 611. Yeah, this might be okay. So he played 39. I think we'll see go. Yeah, I think we should quickly play 1722 here. Yeah, or maybe 2-8 to surprise Schwartzman, but I mean, it has worked before, so. But yeah, so you mean 611 here. So say we try 43, and now 11-16 probably want to play. Or just.
Is it a difference if you go now?
Well, I would say no, but maybe there is. So 39, as Jitse said, and now 11-17.
Yes.
Okay, another question I have is, does this really give any good chances to black? If I just exchange to 20, play 20-25, and then these two moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, will black really win the game?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. I think white is definitely making some progress here.
So let's say black takes the king now, or not now, because white has this.
So yeah, can you wait?
So for example, yeah, let's play 1721. So yeah, now, yeah, I'm just going to follow my plan. So I play this. Now maybe you can go to 46, right?
Yeah.
Because if I catch it, you'll be in time to get a new king. Yeah, so just to show that now if I play this, black will be in time to cross white, and you will just have a free path to king.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Vol plays this exchange with 1722. So the line we
Yeah.
are looking at is still important.
Yeah, for sure. And now, yeah, the coming moves will be maybe even crucial for Schwartzman. Or well, at least how he plans on putting his pieces so that he will have the best chances to catch a king in the future. I would say the most logical thing to do is what we have on the board here. So he
Yeah, this
played,
waiting move 6-11 is not the first move you will look at
no, for
when you
sure,
play
for sure,
with
man.
black.
And he played on 40. Yeah, so
44,
he played
40.
this.
Yeah.
But okay, maybe he also missed that 43 is hanging. Cannot really count on that, but maybe he also thinks, this, and then the 40, 35 afterwards. But now 41, 46 will follow, and this is yeah, this is very bad.
Yeah, it will be
Oh.
interesting to see how Schwartzman will make this capture formations.
Oh, this really is very bad, actually. Because I just mentioned that black can maybe play this, but I forgot that white, of course, can catch the king, but then in the end, it will be fine because black gets another king. So this, and then 22, 27.